1 second. Tap the screen, share the live with 5 people. Let's tap, tap, tap. Get to 50K as fast as possible while I make sure we are live. Follow me on YouTube, A Girl Has No Name. We should be live on there now. Why do I always feel like the camera angle slightly changes? It drives me insane. Every time I don't move anything, and every time I go live, I feel like the camera is slightly moved. Keep tapping the screen. I'm going to make sure we're live on Twitch. If you want to follow me on YouTube, Twitch, Blue Sky, it's all the same. A Girl Has No Name. Keep tapping the screen. It's Friday. Thank God we made it. Let me just check a couple things and add my backup, and then we will get started. Thank you for subscribing, Starfire. Amazing. And please subscribe. I'm trying to get to 600 subscriptions. I would highly appreciate it if you could and would subscribe. Okay, hold on 1 second. Almost ready. We are live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch, live on X, but I don't check that because I don't even like being on X that much. I just decided we should push the live to as many places as possible. Yes, please do. Thank you so much, Starfire. I appreciate that greatly. Please do subscribe on YouTube. We'll talk more about TikTok and what's going to happen and things like that in a moment. But yes, like the plan is like I don't really, even if in the interim, in the short term, TikTok stays around, they probably will if they force ByteDance to divest, right? And it is sold. I expect something. Thank you so much. Thank you for the gift. Something very similar to what happened to Twitter, when Twitter became X, will happen. This may not be a place we want to hang out for much longer. So what I would love is if everyone would follow me on YouTube and Twitch and Blue Sky. Again, it's my same name, A Girl Has No Name. I know someone yesterday said they couldn't find me on Blue Sky. I just joined Blue Sky like yesterday or the day before yesterday. So if you looked like when everyone was going on Blue Sky, like my account was inactive. I had an account, but I hadn't activated it or used it or done the things you need to do. So it was publicly available. So now it is. And I've actually been posting on there. I do enjoy it's a much calmer environment. So I actually am posting on Blue Sky. I even posted a couple of times on X this morning. I'm trying to get back into posting. Even these outlines take me a long time, so it's hard, but ooh. Oh, so they did. I just saw the news. They moved the Trump inauguration indoors. I was going to say, good luck at the Trump inauguration. All these rich. It's same as my username here. A Girl Has No Name, pretty much on every platform. It's A Girl Has No Name _ on Instagram. But other than that, on every platform, my username is the same. I just saw that they moved the Trump inauguration indoors. I was looking like with wind chill. I mean, it could be like -11. Well, that's different. Yeah, sorry. Give me 1 second. I'll talk about Discord. But yes, if you want to follow me, the person on Discord, my name is A Girl Has No Name. If you want to join our Discord, our community where everyone is and we can all talk together, and we're going to start doing weekly meetings and things, especially now because of what's happening with TikTok. There'll be much more going on Discord soon. Also, where all these outlines are, all the links to all the clips I show, articles we go through are on Discord. You can see Feliz Navidad Live, that account that's down below that I just added. That is that account. So just click on it, follow it, and send a message to that TikTok account and just say, get me a link to the Discord. And then my new tradition is at the end of the live, like I change to go running. And then like, as I'm like walking around warming up, I send all the links to the Discord. So if you would like to join our Discord community, do this. And also you can follow me on Discord, which my name is A Girl Has No Name as well. I never thought about it. I guess I do pretty much have the same name everywhere. Keep tapping the screen. Keep tap, tap, tap. Let's do as much tapping as possible. I think yesterday we got to like 515K. Let's see if we can get to 600K today. Let's get to 50K as fast as possible. This is my Venmo and Cash App. Again, it is A Girl Has No Name. If you would like to have a message read aloud during the show or just tip me for all the hard work I do, which is much, much appreciated, please do that. Whatever message you send along with it, I will read out. Let me make sure I have those open. I will read them out periodically throughout the show. Okay, we have so many things to talk about today, and hold on, let me hydrate because my throat's hurting. What will I do if TikTok goes down? Good question, Jana. I haven't seen you in a while. My favorite opposition. No, yeah. So the general plan is, let me get a drink of water and then I'll answer that question. Now, my answer to that question is you could use OBS or you could use Streamlabs. I mean, these are softwares that gamers use to like stream and push their lives places. Right now, we're live on TikTok. I am using TikTok Studio, which is TikTok's version of OBS or Streamlabs, right? So I'm on a PC using a software called TikTok Studio. But basically OBS and Streamlabs are the same thing. The way I push these lives we're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube, or, we're live on X. And the way I do that, I use Streamlabs personally. You don't have to, but I use Streamlabs to do that. So if TikTok went away and I didn't the reason I use TikTok Studio now, in case anyone was curious about that, keep tapping the screen. You guys are doing an amazing job. Is because you can't you can't add guests anywhere else, right? Like that is the unique thing about TikTok. You have to be in TikTok Studio. But if that, like my lives, I'm lucky because my lives pretty much don't necessarily involve guests, like other people that debate and things like that. And that's primarily what they do, right? People are scrolling the lives and then they find a live they want to debate in and they request. So I'm lucky because I don't do debate lives. So I'm not like 100% dependent. I'm not dependent on that. I basically talk to you guys and, do long presentations on the news for hours. So it's fine. So what I'll do is I'll use Streamlabs, right? Instead of TikTok Studio, I'll do my live in the software called Streamlabs, which I can pretty much do all this stuff I do, mirror my iPad, like all the software I can pretty much use. And then I'll use that, like I'm using Streamlabs right now, to push it out to different platforms. And the cool thing about that, thank you for following me on Blue Sky. Awesome, Lulu. The cool thing about that is, I'm not going to be dependent on a social media platform because I've spent so much time getting really good at using TikTok Studio, and which is the software I'm using on PC to run this live and do all these extra cool things. So it is kind of annoying that not just will TikTok, the social media platform, go away, but the software that I've gotten so good at is going to go away. But it's very similar to OBS and Streamlabs. So for me, pretty much not much will change. That's the good news for me because I don't rely on people to debate or anything. I could still see you guys in the chat on YouTube, so we'll be okay. It's just will be a little bit of a learning curve. I just need to probably spend 10 hours or so making sure I understand that software. And it will actually be cooler. On Tuesdays, we do the People's Receipts Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 11:30 a.m. Pacific time to 2:30 Eastern time. But on Tuesdays, we do the broadcast with Dr. Danny and Potty Mouth Pollyanna, Mandy. And so that's cool because thank you for subscribing, Gidget. That'll be different and cool because at least with Streamlabs, when you add guests, like we'll all be in big boxes. Like the one bad thing about TikTok Studio is you can't have like bigger box. It kind of messes things up. So the cool thing about Streamlabs is for the broadcast, at least on Tuesdays, I think the layout will actually look better. So yeah, it will be a learning curve and it's going to be difficult. And believe me, I have anxiety. Creators have anxiety. I say this, like, keep in mind, like, creators have spent years building up their platforms. I know Mandy, that I do the broadcast with, Potty Mouth Pollyanna, like Danielle's a doctor, so she definitely has another stream of income and a full-time job. But Mandy, she has her name is Potty Mouth Pollyanna, if you want to follow her. She has like 700,000 followers on TikTok, and her revenue and how she supports her children is completely dependent on TikTok. So imagine and you spend years building that up and like being able to support not just her, but her children through TikTok. And that is all, you're watching. I would describe it like the way creators' emotions are right now is just this. It's like a roller coaster you cannot get off. Even if you want to get off it, you can't get off it. And I don't have children, thank God. So I can't imagine for people like Mandy who have children. And she's making most of her revenue through the creator fund, right? So yeah. So just I would keep that in mind. Like that's why I say Jay, now you're asking about income. Yeah, I'll answer that question. So that's why people subscribe to me on TikTok. That's why I keep saying subscribe on YouTube and watch YouTube. I need everyone to watch my YouTube content. All of these replays of the shows we do here, they post on YouTube after the show. Because I think I'm like 500, 600 hours away from being able to monetize my YouTube. And at that point, because I think it's 3,000 watch hours on your YouTube before anyone can even we call them on TikTok subscriptions. I think if I'm not mistaken on YouTube they're called memberships or something I'm actually looking forward to. I don't know if you guys know what super chats are, but just like we kind of do like, oh, tip me, and then like I'll read a comment. I think they have something similar on YouTube, but it's actually built into the software, and it's like you could pay and then have like whatever comment you want to like post in bold like at the top of the chat. I think that I actually really like that. I think that's super cool. What platforms will I be live on? Yeah. So we talked about this. My name on my main account that we're on right now, A Girl Has No Name, that is pretty much my name across all platforms. Right now, we are live on Twitch, YouTube, X. Thank you so much, Dolphin. When I've had soon I'll push it to Facebook, maybe even Instagram. It's just, I'm not that keen on Meta right now whatsoever, but I think I'm learning. It's just as many people as we can reach, we should. So we will, but you know how it is. So yeah, you can follow me on all those, but primarily make sure to follow me on YouTube and watch my content there. That's where all these replays are available. I will be using software from Streamlabs, but I'll be pushing it there. That will probably be the primary chat we'll use. Wow. Thank you so much, Dolphin. I love cetaceans. And you know that. Not only is your name a cetacean, but so are whales. They're my favorite animals. How long have I been doing YouTube? Not long at all. I just pretty much made a YouTube like when I started doing this, and I haven't been streaming like this long. I used to be a content creator on TikTok like Mandy was. Like I used to purely make content and get a ton of views. And then when I started realizing like, oh, being a streamer is much bigger challenge. Like being live and like there's nothing scarier than just being live for hours and people harassing you and debating people. Like, so yeah, then I started realizing like this was what I probably was built for and wanted to get better at. I don't know if Jada owes Priscilla money. I haven't heard that, but that's funny. I'm sure Jada owes a lot of people money on the internet. See how sad it is? Like, it's interesting though, because it doesn't matter if you're far right or far left. Like, we're all people that enjoy being on TikTok. Our rights are being taken away, and I'm tired of this. So let's get into it. Let's talk a little bit about TikTok. Please keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 50K as fast as possible. Love you guys. Well, maybe I'll say this throughout the show because I'm feeling it a lot today. I feel like I'm on an emotional roller coaster of what the F is going on in this country. Like, I appreciate you guys so much. Like, I do. This is a labor of love. Definitely do not like make enough money to support myself, but one day hopefully I will. But like, this is the most valuable job I've ever had. I get to use all the skills I love. I was at one point in my life a teacher. I was a second grade teacher for a while. Then I worked in advertising and marketing for a long time in the tech industry. And like, this is sort of a combination of all the skills I have. And it's the coolest thing I've ever done. No, we haven't started talking, Dagny, but I'll get to the thing that you might think happened, but didn't really happen. Like, I'll talk about that, but I mean, it's not going to be good news. If you think it's good news, it's not. And it's going to be I'm not looking forward to talking about that. But it's in the outline. We're going to cover it. Like, there's so many things today that are just hard to deal with. Like, we could do that. Oh, I know. Danny's amazing. If you don't follow In Bed with Danielle, oh yeah, that's funny. You mentioned Dagny. If you know who Dr. Danny is, we do the broadcast together on Tuesdays. This ERA thing, like our group chat, Danny was losing her mind. She's like in between patients, like, what the F? Like, and I was just like, yep, this is America. We are in hell. Land of, we could have handled this a long time ago. I know, Heather, I'm going to miss you. Make sure you follow me. Enjoy the Discord. You are my favorite. We need to be friends in real life. But again, I intend to just be doing this. Like, I would say just make sure same times you're at you're on YouTube, and I'm going to be pushing these lives there. Like, I intend to, there might be a short interruption if I need to learn software, but other than that, like, this is what I'm going to be doing. Can you do multi-people lives on YouTube? Yeah, okay. So actually, it seems like people are interested in this. So like, I'm going to, I hope you're requesting on purpose because I'm bringing you up. This is one of my favorite people in the world.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, I just wanted to say two things really quick. A lot of people are asking about joining the Discord. Sorry, I have a cold right now. If you guys look right below me, Feliz Navidad Live, just DM that box below me. Just click on it, send a DM if you want to join the Discord. We're going to be doing a lot more fun events in there, and we have a lot of upcoming plans. And then the second one, someone had an idea in chat. Words ago, May, they said that if you screen record your following list on your TikTok, then you can take that to your other apps, your other platforms. So you can follow the creators.
It's actually a really good idea. I never, thank you, because I was thinking, I was like, should we somehow like export our following list? I was thinking, but screen record, because I was like, God, do I have to screenshot this whole thing? Screen record is so much better than like 1,000 screenshots. Great idea.
Yeah, so do
I was going to screenshot.
Yeah, and then you can follow all your favorite creators and move them over to the other platforms that we're going to. Definitely subscribe to Felice on YouTube and join the Discord and keep tapping the screen, you guys. We can get up to 50K really quick. So that's it. And yeah, I think the show's about to start.
Yay. Thank you so much. Love you so much.
Bye.
Yeah, someone said screen record. Yeah, you can. I would suggest, depending on what type of phone you had, we're not going to do like a screen record tutorial, but it depends on what type of phone you have. But pretty much, if you have a smartphone, you can record whatever's on your phone screen, and so then you could scroll through your following list. And then you would be able to record everyone you're following. So yeah, like you could just do a simple Google, like, how do I screen record on whatever type of phone you have? And it will give you like super basic instructions. Yeah. So I'm glad we're going over all this because there's there's a way to export your following list, or I know you can export your content you make. I didn't know you could export your following list, but yeah. Um, Joanna Johnson, thank you so much for the tip. This is amazing way to start out Friday. Thank you for your hard work. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. You are absolutely amazing. And you don't know what this means to me. I love doing this and I want to do this as long as possible. Do you guys remember when I started doing this and like, I would only do lives for like 2 hours because I would have so much anxiety. I didn't want to be in here. Now like my favorite thing to do is just talk to the chat. It's times that they are changing, right? To 50K, and let's talk about TikTok, right? I mean, we are talking about TikTok, and I'll continue trying to answer questions that people ask. Yeah, and well, actually, last thing, now that we're talking about exporting content, you can, like, if you wanted to, let's say, deactivate your TikTok profile or for whatever, you were going to delete it. There's an option first to export all the TikToks you've made and put it and save them to an external drive. So it's probably worth it if you are a creator or you have content you want to save and then you would want to repost somewhere else. Get an external hard drive. I need to actually make a note of that and get a new external hard drive because mine is full. Get an external hard drive and export all of you can export all of your content from TikTok so that you could then feasibly upload it somewhere else. The problem might be it will have the TikTok watermarks on it, I imagine, but then you're not losing your life's work, for instance. But we'll get to that because we'll talk about it. But I just want to say these are we are in a full-on tech oligarchy in this country. These are all of the tech CEOs that are literally sitting basically like front row or right behind front row at Trump's inauguration. And I think this is a good thing. I said this yesterday that the third in, right next to Bezos, right next to Mr. Clean. Yeah, Shu will be there, the TikTok CEO, which I think is a good thing, right? Because I just want to explain as best I can why I'm not I know there are creators right now who are very, very, very upset. And as you should be, I think I might be developing an ulcer from the emotional roller coaster we're on. But for me, nothing changed. When I heard the oral arguments last Friday, 1 week ago about the TikTok bill, I mean, at that point, I just assumed that what happened today, the TikTok upholding the TikTok ban, SCOTUS, upholding the TikTok ban would happen. Because you could tell from the oral arguments. And the main way was, right, they were making a First Amendment argument to the Supreme Court, but the TikTok ban is, and I actually do agree with Chief Justice John Roberts on this. And once I heard his line of logic, I was like, damn, it's solid. His point is like, hey, I support the First Amendment. I don't want to violate anybody's First Amendment rights. This just isn't a First Amendment case. What he's saying is and it's very smart. And I said this, that's why that TikTok ban bill was so smart in the way it was written, the way it was worded. At first they wanted to ban TikTok outright, like delete it, get rid of it. And the Democrats were like, no, you can't do this. This is a First Amendment violation. The TikTok ban bill that went through is the second iteration. And that's how they got so many Democrats on board. And what this bill says is like, hey, we're not trying to steal anyone's First Amendment rights. We're not trying to make TikTok go away. What the TikTok ban bill says is that China has to, which again, China does not own the state, the state of China. China, the country, does not own TikTok, nor does it own ByteDance. I know that, but we're back to the Red Scare. That's how I feel. I feel like we're back to the 1940s, 50s, 60s of the Red Scare. That's literally where we are. And the TikTok ban doesn't say TikTok has to go away. It says its parent company that's affiliated with China has to divest. Right? TikTok can stay as long as its parent company divests. So that's the difference. Like, and that's why I keep saying my real fear is not immediate, we're all going to never see each other again, but 90 days we will, right? Like possibly what is in that what's in the TikTok ban bill. When you hear, and we're going to go through this in a couple minutes, about these extensions that the Senate Democrats tried to push through, that you will hear Trump's transition team representatives talking about, that is already baked into the TikTok ban bill. If you read the bill, what it says is, if TikTok is making or showing good faith and making significant efforts to, to divest from China, then there can be a 90-day extension where the details of that divestiture is figured out. So that's why there could be a 90-day extension. But it really just depends. Like after that, if TikTok is sold, my real fear, and I think why we all need to make sure we're following people and we understand that what we now know is TikTok could be going away, is if it's sold, it will, Trump's going to negotiate a sale probably to some group of investors he wants to go to. And I assume TikTok will go the way of Twitter and what it became. It's, bastard stepchild X. That's what I foresee. So for that reason, follow me on YouTube. When this becomes an uninhabitable environment for all of us, then we have a plan and will leave. You know what I'm saying? So again, I already expected this Supreme Court. They all but said, hey, you're misreading the bill. It's not a First Amendment issue. It's just China can't have an interest in this company, and we'll get to it. That's very hypocritical, and I think it's BS. But they're just saying Congress changed the law. And that is true. What John Roberts is right about is Congress changed this law. And my job is not to change laws. My job is just to interpret them. So this doesn't really, if Congress is saying that we can just become paranoid and force, that China is incepting people's minds because of one app, even though there's many other apps Americans have access to that China could be incepting our minds through. Like, don't mind that, right? Don't make sense that this really doesn't make any sense. But then I'm here to interpret the law, and Congress changed it, so we're going to uphold it. So there you have it. But again, Xu, TikTok CEO, will be sitting right behind Trump, I heard at the inauguration. So there you go. I mean, and the good news of what I was writing on Blue Sky today and X was the good news for us. Like, if there is a silver lining of being trapped with Donald Trump, right, is that he's a narcissist and narcissists, I was raised by one. They are completely transactional, right? You do something for a narcissist, they will do something for you, right? So make him an offer. And I just want to be clear, though. Best case scenario short term is that 90-day extension. Or when the Senate Democrats were trying to do an extension, like I think Senator Markey, what his was 270 days. And he was basically saying, let people find a new way to support themselves. Like, or if this app is changing and people aren't going to be able to make money in the same way, like people need time, right? Like there's 170 million Americans. There's all these small businesses. People need time to make a plan. So he was trying to make it longer than 90 days. But what really needs to happen, but Trump is completely within his power to do, because all I have seen, and as we go through today's news, I mean, I think it will be clear, is that Trump's not just running the executive branch, Trump is also running the legislative branch now. Sorry, we're back. If Trump has a conversation he likes with the CEO of TikTok and they come to some understanding, then he could change the law. And that's what John Roberts is really saying. Congress changed the law or enacted a new law So if you guys want to, I just interpret the law. I don't change laws. Congress, if you wanted TikTok to survive in its original form, you need to amend this or change the law again. But remember, Republicans have the House, they have the Senate, they have the executive branch, so they could if they wanted to. And it's very interesting to watch the Republicans, because you're going to hear Democrats say, it's not us that wanted to ban TikTok, it's them. And the Republicans are trying to pin it on the Democrats. Well, if you can very easily look up who did not vote for that TikTok bill, and it's like 25 people. There are like 25 people who didn't vote for the TikTok bill. Everyone was seemingly on board. And now all of a sudden, everyone's like pointing, looking at each other because they've realized, like, oh, the American people no likey. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 50K. Tap, tap, tap. Let's get to 100K. Yeah. Don't even talk about it. Yeah. And all of these people have donated $1 million to Trump just to throw his inauguration. And I was going to say, the only person really missing from here, you've got Google, Meta, is Microsoft. Microsoft CEO, nowhere to be found on this list. Oh my gosh. And I just want to show you some BS going on Fox News. Because, Biden had said, and we played the clips yesterday of Biden saying there's an oligarchy. Oh my gosh. I wanted to tell you guys something really funny. I am always on Google Trends, because I used to work in marketing and advertising. And on Google Trends, it can track all types of trends going on, but searches on the internet, all sorts of things. Do you know that after Biden in his farewell address said there's an oligarchy forming in America, like searches for the word oligarchy skyrocketed. Should we be surprised that no one in this country knows what that word means? Maybe not, but I am glad that people are searching for it. People are literally, after Biden was like, hey, we have an oligarchy forming in this country, and I know we should not be surprised. No, education has failed us all. But oh, Michelle, thank you so much for the $25. And she said, love all that you do. Love you, Michelle. Thank you so much. That is so, so kind. Thank you. Yeah, I agree. Harvard University and other studies have classified America as an oligarchy for a very long time. And the last time, but what we need to understand and how you measure like the severity of an oligarchy is by wealth inequality. And we are now, when was the last time that wealth inequality looked like this? Right? Around the Gilded Age, right? When the robber barons were robbing everyone back then. And then there was the Depression, and then came FDR, who did a huge correction and said, we're going to tax the money out of the top of the economy, right? We basically have come full circle back to that time. And that's what Biden was saying. He's like, hey, this happened once before, but we were able to do something about it, and we can do something about it again. Why don't they just buy a dictionary? Well, no, I'm glad at least they're searching. They're searching for information. So that's good. We're learning words. I literally used to read the dictionary. That's how much I love vocabulary. I love that people are trying to learn words. Oh, oopsies. Sorry, we're on mute. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost at 50K.
Where is the credit for these guys? Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, Bezos, you name it, a number of CEOs who have made big differences for this country and have led us to be number one in technology. These are the people who are going to lead us in AI, and we have to dominate AI, because if we don't, China will. So kudos to these guys. They've done a lot for us. And the whole idea that the left is mad at Elon Musk makes me crazy, because he's the one who developed their favorite product in the world, the electric car. So
can you imagine not understanding? I mean, so many things there. I should have paused it before that part, because now I want to rant about that. So first of all, I just have to correct. The only requirement to work on Fox News is to be an idiot. Like, no offense, but you have, or willfully ignorant is probably the nice way to say it, or you're lying on purpose for the cause, right? Imagine thinking that Elon Musk developed electric cars. Yeah. Real scientists, right? Real engineers, real people who went to school, right? In STEM fields, developed the Tesla technology, and Elon Musk bought it. Do we understand the difference? Elon Musk bought the Tesla technology that already was in existence. Just like I have to listen to MAGA because Elon Musk wrote it on his website, say that he designs rockets. Oh yeah, I'm sure no rocket scientists, no astrophysicists were involved at all in the designing of those rockets. Just Elon Musk and his brain. Like, please, people, think. Let's all think. But yeah, I mean, largely, these people are saying they should be glad an oligarchy is forming. We need to compete in AI. Like, is that the new line? Is that, hey, just mass gross wealth inequality, the wealth gap in this country is back to where it was pre-depression? You guys should be happy about that. No, we should not. Guess who made the internet, right? What is the internet? Just like roads and highways, businesses like construction businesses use infrastructure, United States infrastructure that our tax dollars built. We built it, right? So that businesses can grow and thrive. Just like that, the internet is infrastructure that our tax dollars built. We built the internet with our money, all of us together, paying taxes. And now no tech companies would exist. None of these billionaires would exist without our tax dollars building the internet in the first place. True story. So I'm very confused as to what these people are confused about. We should not be thankful that wealth inequality is rapidly increasing in this country.
How can you be mad at him?
Yeah, very easily. I'm actually not so much. I don't know. I mean, whatever. Actually, and Sam Harris, he's like an atheist who, like, he wrote The End of Reason. If you don't know who Sam Harris is, you could look it up. He was talking about why he stopped. Like, he used to be one of Elon Musk's like best friends, and he was speaking about why he stopped speaking to him. The story is wild. I mean, for many reasons. He's just like, he completely changed. He's like, the person you know today, that person did not exist when I knew him before. And he's like, he was saying they stopped speaking like around the pandemic because Elon Musk, he's like, I swear this is true, that Elon Musk, and I'm paraphrasing, I can't get the quote exactly, but he basically said he bet him like $1,000 bottle of something, some sort of liquor, that there would only be 35,000 cases of COVID in the United States. And he was like, there was already so much evidence to the contrary. Like, I could not believe it. Oh, you can. It depends on what you put in. Yeah, Elon Musk, I'm not that surprised. I mean, microdosing every day, allegedly, I don't know. That's just what people said when I worked in the tech industry. But anyways, so I was talking about this. This is Mike Waltz. And sadly, this is now one of the sanest people in Trump's cabinet. He's Trump's national security advisor. At least he's slightly qualified and not an idiot. He's still a yes man who's going to do whatever Trump says. But I would say, like, him, Marco Rubio, and like, I mean, I'm terrified for the EPA, but Lee Zeldin is not dumb. I'm just trying to think of people like who are either obscenely wealthy and not just completely clueless. Like, at least they're qualified for their job. So this is National Security Advisor. He's on Fox talking about TikTok, right? And they're all, yeah, well, I'll just let you hear it and then we can be annoyed.
Could have an executive order to save the platform. I know a lot of people don't like it, national security concerns, but there are 170 million Americans who use it. So what's going to happen to it?
Well, President Trump, and this is in line with the legislation, we will put measures in place to keep TikTok from going dark. In the legislation allows for an extension as long as a viable deal is on the table. And then, essentially that buys President Trump time to keep TikTok going. It's been a great platform for him and his campaign to get his America First message out. But at the same time, he wants to protect their data. Conservatives don't want the FBI, and they certainly don't want the Chinese communists getting their passwords, getting their data, and being able to overly influence the American people.
Are you infuriated by this statement? Infuriated by this statement. I've listened to this 3 times this morning. I can't punch a hole in the wall. I mean, I could. I'm not dumb enough to hurt my hand, but it's absolutely infuriating. But first, I just need to make a comment about a comment. James, you said the tech bros, Silicon Valley is building their own city in Honduras. Are you talking about Prospera? I know it's the economic free zone in Honduras. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, I know all about Prospera. Yeah, it's tech bros, weird medical, you can get gene therapy, things you can't get anywhere else. Yeah, it's the billionaire. They just bought an area in Honduras where they can do whatever they want. Yes, good. I do know about Prospera. We should talk about that we should go into that more sometime. Yep, they're now just going to third world countries and being hey, just give us 100 acres and we're going to do whatever we want here. There's no laws. There's all sorts of it's a recipe. It's a billionaire libertarian zone is how I would describe it. It's disturbing. Yeah. Look into Prospera in Honduras. Actually, I can give you a good doc recommendation if you're interested in knowing about it, because one of the first documentaries I've ever heard mentioned it. There's a documentary that just came out on Netflix. Actually, funny, we're talking about my Venmo is a girl has no name. If you would like to leave me a tip, you can, and I'll read your message out loud. This documentary I'm about to recommend is about a man named Brian Johnson. He was the creator of Venmo. He was one of these famous tech CEOs who, like I did, I worked for a tech social media company pre-IPO to post-IPO, slept under my desk type scenario. And that's what he's talking about in this documentary, how unhealthy he was, how the rat race was. But I'm not saying he's healthy now. I think he's actually gone insane. But let me make sure I can find this. I want to make sure I find the name of this. It's called Don't Die. Have you guys heard about this documentary? The documentary is called, I can screenshot it. It's called Don't Die, the man who wants to live forever. Yeah, it's on Netflix. It is like I said, it's the former creator of Venmo. And he talks about how unhealthy his lifestyle was. But this is a very rich man, obviously. I don't know if he's a billionaire or just has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions. I mean, he sold Venmo for a pretty penny. So he's probably a billionaire. But he's become in my mind, he's off his rocker. And he has dedicated his whole life to reversing the aging process. And he goes to Prospera, the billionaire's economic free zone in Honduras, to get banned gene therapy. So again, if you want to watch the documentary, it's called Don't Die, the man who wants to live forever. It's just another example of how these tech bro oligarchist billionaires go from being normal people. He's actually also interesting, devoutly Mormon. Brian Johnson was devoutly Mormon. It's quite an interesting documentary to watch his progression of he's devoutly Mormon. Watch it. Don't Die, the man who wants to live forever. It's just another example of a tech oligarch using money that could be used for good things. And there's scientists saying why, hey, this is not helpful. This is not a contribution to science. Nothing you are doing makes sense. This is selfish and weird. Yeah, I do suggest watching it. Oh, I know. Watch the documentary. That's pretty much what people say. Like he's trying to act like he's like doing something for science, and then scientists are like, "Hey, if you want to do something for science, then put some of your hundreds of millions of dollars towards real clinical trials for gene therapy." One man going to an economic free zone in Honduras and getting experimental gene therapy, like that does not advance science in any way. Like, yeah, they don't worry. It's not just some crazy man. Like there are people making the obvious points of like, why are you doing this? Like, please be quiet. Now back to Mike Waltz and what is making me so angry about. Actually, let's re-listen because I think that was a long enough tangent that we got distracted.
Could have an executive order to save the platform. I know a lot of people don't like it, national security concerns, but there are 170 million Americans who use it. So what's going to happen to it?
Well, President Trump, and this is in line with the legislation, we will put measures in place to keep TikTok from going dark. In the legislation allows for an extension as long as a viable deal is on the table.
So that's what I was talking about, right? It already baked into the TikTok ban bill that SCOTUS upheld today. It says, hey, if TikTok in good faith is making an effort to for Chinese investors to divest from that company, meaning if they're in good faith making moves to sell it, then there can be up to a 90-day extension while they sell it off. So short term, yeah, that's already baked into the bill. So Trump's executive order is more for show. He can do it. It can be done anyways, but it looks like Trump's planning to do an executive order. And then this part is where it gets super annoying.
And then, essentially that buys President Trump time to keep TikTok going. It's been a great platform for him and his campaign to get his America First message out. But at the same time, he wants to protect their data. Conservatives don't want the FBI, and they certainly don't want the Chinese communists getting their passwords, getting their data, and being able to overly influence the American people.
Okay. So I just want you to know, like I worked in the tech industry, but I think probably a lot of people in here already know this. The FBI has access to our data, right? Already. Even WhatsApp, like Meta platforms, Mark Zuckerberg was always saying like WhatsApp is encrypted end to end. So like maybe Facebook, maybe other places, but not WhatsApp. And even recently now he said they have access to our data. Like, are you joking me? Mark Zuckerberg sells off our data. So I just want to be clear. Anytime you hear this argument, if we all move to where there's real laws to protect people's data, that's called the European Union, right? Those are called data privacy laws, right? We should have those. There is nothing protecting any of our data in this country. The TikTok ban is not to protect our data. That is a GD lie. I will not hear it. Do not allow anyone to say it. If they wanted to protect our data, we would have data privacy laws just as they do in the European Union. And they wouldn't just apply to this one company being targeted, right? They would apply to all across the internet. This is why the European Union and Brazil, they're in constant fights with Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg over data privacy laws. Do not ever let anyone tell you that the TikTok ban is protecting our data. It absolutely is not. That is a complete lie, and it infuriates me. I say this. You always hear Trump saying, oh, I'm deregulate. Let's deregulate. You don't need to deregulate the tech industry because they've spent billions and billions and billions of dollars, corporate lobbyists, right? In DC, the tech lobby spends billions of dollars lobbying the tech industry has never been regulated. We don't need to, Trump doesn't have to deregulate it. The reason they're all huddled around Trump saying, tell us what you want and we'll give you money is because they've never been regulated and they don't want to be. We know Zuckerberg has packaged and sold our data. Remember the Cambridge Analytica scandal? You can buy data sets. That's what we're essentially doing, is agreeing to have our data sold. Like, don't get me wrong, like Mark Zuckerberg made a fortune in advertising dollars, like with Facebook ads. But the real value in tech is the data upon which those platforms sit, right? About consumer behavior, the metadata. Jeff Bezos knows all of our shopping habits, how frequently we shop, what time of day we might like to buy things, what color things we like to buy, what type of ads we need to be shown in order to buy something. I mean, the consumer behavior data is priceless. All of the metadata, and in the words of the CEO of the company I used to work for, it's pretty much too late. Don't so much worry about your data anymore. It's pretty much too late for all of us. So I wouldn't lose sleep over that. But anytime, if they in fact wanted to protect our data, we could do what the European Union has done and pass data privacy laws that would truly protect our data. Also, they talk about protecting kids, right? Mark Zuckerberg spends billions of dollars. The tech lobbies spend billions of dollars lobbying against bills that protect children from harmful things on the internet. They don't want it. So let's be clear on that. Oh, let's see here. Okay, yeah. This is Senator Mark Warner, who's a Democrat from Virginia, was asked by CNN about Xu getting to go to the inauguration. And I love watching people be confused about Trump, right? And he's one of the ones, like I said, all of the Republicans, all of the Democrats in Congress voted for the TikTok ban, except for, I think it's like 20 something. It's the far right fringe. I know we hate Margarine, but at least she didn't vote to ban TikTok. And the far left fringe. Even the people you like. I'm about to show you things today that are going to make you're going to be furious. I'm going to show you what's going on with the TikTok ban for real. It's so gross. No, that is not why they voted for it. It's the TikTok ban was designed. The Democrats didn't vote for it the first time, right? Because they're like, it's a First Amendment violation. Then they consulted constitutional lawyers and they made it like a divestiture thing. And then they voted for it. Nobody had to vote for this bill. Nobody. If you believe that, they had to because it was the Ukraine aid, how many votes did we have for Ukraine aid? And if you don't know, Ukraine aid passed in a standalone bill. Like, how many different times did we vote on Ukraine aid? It is not because, there you go, Caffeine D. Much closer now. Ding, 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 ding. Follow the money. Like, we're getting closer now. Like, it has, if you believe the entire Congress had to vote for this bill because of Ukraine aid. No, that's not why. It's always about money. Follow the money, always. But I love watching people be confused. I don't get it. 80% of Congress, Democrats and Republicans, agreed that TikTok is a huge national security concern. I can't think of a potentially more powerful propaganda tool. All of this annoys me, but watching people be confused by Trump doing a 180 is hilarious. Why? They're like, I can't believe he's letting this guy sit front row, second row at his inauguration. I can. Trump's available to the highest bidder. How many times have you heard Donald Trump say he admires Xi Jinping, the president of China? He loves an authoritarian. He would love to be in his good graces. He would love to make a deal with Xi. I mean, think about it. And I do think this is reporting by Ron Filipkowski from Midas Touch. And I do agree with him in this. These are political moves, right? They're seeing the American public for the first time. And I actually think this is good for us. And I think you should think about it that way. For the first time, the far right to the far left, we are pissed all about the same thing. I think that's good, right? What they are doing to TikTok is something we can all agree on. The American public is being robbed, right? Yes, Shu is courting a narcissist. That is so true. But so now we're seeing this like hot potato, like trying to throw the ball back at each other. Like, no, we didn't want to ban TikTok. You wanted to ban TikTok. No, no, no. It was all of you. First of all, be clear. It was all of them. But I like, so the Biden administration and the Senate trying to prolong it. Right. Our position has been clear. TikTok should continue to operate under American ownership. TikTok will not be TikTok under American ownership because the algorithm, right? The secret sauce is ByteDance, right? It is the algorithm. Yeah, nobody can afford TikTok. Elon Musk didn't buy X outright, right? He did it with the Saudis. Like, nobody's going to buy it outright. It's not going to be one person. It will be investors that buy it. Like Kevin O'Leary has a group of investors that wants to buy it. But I will say this, like, I would say fewer Democrats wanted to ban TikTok than Republicans, and Democrats never started it, right? That is the truth. But the administration was getting the blame from many users. Like they have a huge PR campaign on the right trying to blame the Democrats for the TikTok ban. So I do suggest pushing back on that and being really knowledgeable. Trump started the TikTok ban in 2020. They revived it. The Republicans revived it in 2023. The main author of the TikTok ban bill was Mike Gallagher, who was someone I was super worried about in the House. He's 40 years old, a brilliant Republican from Wisconsin. And he was like, Trump has ruined the Republican Party. No one wants to work here. He's the one that authored that TikTok ban bill and got the Democratic buy-in and consulted White House lawyers. And like, he did it. He's gone now. He went to the private sector. Thank the Lord, because he was really scary. So, and here's the timeline. You can screenshot this if you feel like. The timeline on the TikTok saga has been interesting. It began with Trump. Oh, this is just from 2023. The first time Trump tried to ban TikTok was 2020. It began with Trump, MAGA activists, and China hawk Republicans in Congress calling for an immediate outright ban in 2023, citing national security reasons. Most Dems adamantly opposed that. Republicans eventually got some Democratic support, made it a bipartisan bill, and got Biden to sign it, but only after they agreed to soften the bill, right, from the outright ban to a gradual divestiture. That's the difference. The Chinese owners then refused to divest, and the CEO met with Trump during the campaign. They made some kind of deal, and Trump reversed his position. Then Trump and MAGA tried to blame the Democrats for shutting down the app. That's about right. And also, what's that guy's name? Yass? Is his name Jeff Yass? I don't want to get his first name wrong, but also one of Trump's millionaires, almost billionaire. I don't know if Yass is a billionaire yet. He might be, is one of the main stakeholders. I think he owns a huge percentage of TikTok stock. So again, follow the money. And this is Senator Markey. I was talking about this a little yesterday, but then I found the clips online. Thank God someone posted them. So the Senate Democrats did try to keep TikTok around, extend the life of it. Again, nothing can override the law that Biden signed into place, but the Senate Democrats wanted, instead of the 90-day extension, a 270-day extension. And this is Senator Markey on the House floor talking about it.
TikTok is far too important to let it die like this on Sunday without having given the extra time which is needed. Time for President-elect Trump. Time for everyone to think about what an alternative pathway could be to letting TikTok die. And Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-103 introduced earlier today, and further that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection? Senator from Arkansas.
Reserving the right to object.
Do you remember when I was like, we all need to call Tom Cotton's office, and his phones were turned off. So Chrissy and Joetta were faxing his office, and I was showing you the faxes they were sending. This is why Tom Cotton, more than one senator objected, Republican senator objected, but I just want to be clear. This is why we were faxing Tom Cotton's office, because he was the loudest and most annoying about it.
Which I most certainly do. TikTok isn't just another social media platform. TikTok is a Chinese communist spy app that addicts our kids, harvests their data, targets them with harmful and manipulative content, and spreads communist propaganda. So let me be crystal clear. There will be no extensions, no concessions, and no compromises for.
Do you know what? This is why. Call Tom Cotton's office, because he's annoying and won't learn the definition of communism. Like, the one thing I can assure everyone on earth about TikTok is it has zero to do with communism. Okay. Last time I checked, TikTok Shop was one of the largest techno-feudalist marketplaces in the world. This is capitalism at its finest. TikTok is making money off us left and right. Is this can somebody please teach the Republicans what communism is? I cannot. This is consumerism, capitalism, like rampant consumerism. This is the exact opposite of anything to ever do with communism. And furthermore, just because China calls themselves the Chinese Communist Party, if I say I'm a communist, does that make me a communist? No, it's literally an oxymoron. Xi is an authoritarian dictator who's like, oh, look, we're all in this together. Because that's what real communism is. It's voluntary. It's stateless, meaning there's no borders. The country does not exist. If you are really a part of communism, there's no borders. There's no state. There is zero government. Stateless, borderless, classless, currencyless. There was no money. Last time I noticed, there was a lot of money being made on TikTok. This app has zero to do with communism. Yeah, my only real experience with communism, and I've said this before, when I disappeared into South America for a while after my experience in the tech industry, yeah, there are some true indigenous communities who have never had contact with the modern world, living, a communist lifestyle in the Amazon. But if you're under the impression that any country is communist, it is not. Oh, and okay. So now we're going to get into it. I'm on my rant about follow the money. Let's talk about why really, right? Why really is TikTok being banned, and how is Congress making money off of it? Because I think this is something we can all agree on, from the far right, MAGA. I hear you guys yelling about this all the time. I know me as left of left, I'm yelling about this all the time. We need to stop these people from making stock trades. It is obscene what they were all up to. And I was posting about this because I was so enraged when I was making this outline today. Guess what came out too? Perfect timing. It's almost kismet, as they say in Hebrew. Fate. The Unusual Whales Report, the yearly report, the 2024 Unusual Whales Report came out. That's a amazing analysis tracking congressional stock trades. Yeah, it came out, and it reveals some very interesting about who's making money off investing in Meta and other things like that. these people, let me just give you the gist of what I'm positing here. A bunch of people in Congress, 80% of people in Congress, I actually think it's higher than 80% of people in Congress voted for the TikTok ban bill. A lot of them had long held positions in Meta. How much do you think their stock's Meta's stock will raise if a TikTok ban went through? By just the virtue of that you're going to profit off of a TikTok ban, you should not be allowed to ban it. Like, that is what I am trying to tell you. These people had positions in Meta and then voted to ban its competitor that was pushing it out of the marketplace. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't want to stream on Facebook or Instagram. That's what I'm trying to tell you. A bunch of people in Congress have long held positions in Meta and then voted to off its biggest competitor. And let's be clear, TikTok was not just competing with Meta. It was overtaking it. So then, and I found this amazing, and don't worry, I just want to say before everyone starts freaking out and yelling at me in the comments, being like, who is this? How do we follow him? I have screenshotted his profile name. So after this plays, I will go to the screenshot and then I'll show you how you can follow him. But again, this guy has a degree in finance and according to him has never made a political video before. But he's like, I just can't be quiet about this because I'm so pissed off.
So as we
Can we tap the screen? Can we get to 100K? We should be probably at 150K. We can do it. Tap the screen, share the live, tap, tap, tap.
know by now, the Extend TikTok Deadline Act was just shot down in Congress. And a lot of you guys don't know, but I have a finance degree, and I have never made a political video on this app. But after what I just saw Congress do, I'm gonna make one. Because this has nothing to do with the American people. It's about making them a ton of money. And as you guys know, TikTok is in direct competition with Meta, which used to be Facebook. And the thing about Meta is it's a publicly traded company. And you know who has a lot of money in Meta? Yeah, our Congress. Like Mr. Josh G right here. I'm not even going to try to pronounce your last name because frankly, you wouldn't even care to learn mine. You have a lot of money in Meta, so let's see how you voted. Oh yeah, you voted to pass the ban. What about my good friend Michael McCall over here? You betcha. How about our old pal Jared right here, who actually very recently purchased a ton of...
Can I just say this? And I want you guys to know it because I know we all think we love Jared Moskowitz. But he recently took a position in Meta. He is going to profit off the TikTok ban that he voted for. We all love Jared Moskowitz. And yeah, maybe we could argue this is capitalism and he's doing something smart. But I want you to know it is not just Republicans, right? The people you think you love in Congress, it's all but like basically 20 something. And I'm saying all together on the far right and far left that didn't vote for the TikTok ban. Most of the people you think you love, yeah, they're willing to profit off stock trades on the right and the left. And we need to ban congressional stock trades. Like this, I'm going to show you guys some stuff that's going to enrage you. But yeah, when he says our guy Jared here, he is talking about Jared Moskowitz.
At a stock. Very coincidentally, right before the TikTok ban. Would you look at that? He voted to ban it too. And the thing is, this isn't a left or right issue. Leaders in Congress from all 50 states just decided to ban this app, which pays for the livelihood of millions of people for our safety, while also cashing in with Meta. And that's only one part of why this whole ban is stupid. Another part is you put a bill to ban TikTok inside of a humanitarian aid bill so it could rush through Congress. It was never debated on the floor. The Senate never had to hear any witness about it. In fact, you didn't ask any of the people from the United States of America, from your home states that you somehow represent, how it would affect their livelihood. Markey didn't come up and say, we have to reverse it. All he asked was for 270 extra days for the creators to find a job, to find another plan, to find a different way to put food on the table, to provide. In the video, he brings up all of the LA creators are letting us know about the wildfires. They're spreading awareness, different stories. And 175 million Americans use this app. That is over half of all the people that you represent in Congress. But because of their own personal selfishness, wanting to cash a check, wanting to cozy up to each other and climb the ladder, they couldn't care less what the people think about this. But hey, I'm glad your guys' stock portfolios are looking.
I muted myself. Sickening. Here, this is who that made that video. If you're interested in following him, just screenshot this because I do think he's worth a follow. I appreciate the video. I know you guys were going to ask, so I went ahead but anytime I'm playing a video, if I, for some reason, because this takes me hours to make these outlines and do all this research, just take a screenshot and then you can enlarge it yourself, like whenever I'm playing TikTok videos. And then exactly, that's all I did. While the video was playing, I just took a screenshot and then you can enlarge it and figure out who it is. But yeah, that's a finance major who's never made a political video. And I think it's important to know, did he lie? And most importantly, I just want to say, this is not something to fight the right about, right? For once, MAGA, the far right and the far left, or pretty much all of us can agree on something. Congress should not be making any more stock trades. This is effing ridiculous. Not just Congress, but Trump's not going to divest from any of his companies. Trump's whole cabinet are a bunch of billionaires. These people are privy to information that helps them grossly profit in the stock market. They should not be profiting because they are in government. It is ridiculous. If you want to be a civil servant, that's why it's called servant. It's not for you to get insider trading tips and profit off of it. Okay, so, and I recommend this article because I'm going to get into this, but this is from The Independent. I'm about to go on a rant here. This came out Monday, but dozens of Congress members outperformed the stock market in 2024. Here's who gained the most and why. Why am I muting you? I'm not muting you. You can see my hands. I have no idea what you're talking about, Daniel. Nobody's muting you. I am doing 25 things. I'm definitely never policing the chat, ever, for any reason. Yeah, they're robbing us. We're going to I did a deep dive. I didn't plan on doing this today. And then I went down a rabbit hole because I love the Unusual Whales Report. Okay. So let's get into the nitty gritty of how we are being robbed by everyone in Congress. The stock market had a record breaking run last year, but members of Congress still managed to outperform it. Right? That's what I'm trying to say. When I say they're outperforming the market had a record breaking year. And there should be no way to outperform the market consistently unless you're doing what? Receiving some insight, you have some insider information about something. And we have people in Congress regularly outperforming the market, right? Their portfolios are making staggering gains in industries where they wield legislative power and influence, such as tech and energy. More than 20 members made almost double the S&P 500 average gain, which is what, the SPY stock or whatever, the average gain of 24.9% last year. 20 members doubled it, outperformed the average gain. If you don't understand what I'm saying, we have people who are thieving in Congress. The top 5 performers represented David Reuser from Republican North Carolina, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Democratic Florida, Ron Wyden, Democratic Oregon, Roger Williams, Republican Texas, Morgan McGarvey, Democrat Kentucky, increased the value of their portfolio value by more than 100%. But I'll say this, the top performers, because of different technicalities, and we're going to do a deep dive into this. So I'm not just going to leave it at this. Last time it was Brian Higgins. It's probably due to average intelligence. I mean, the Democrats outperformed the Republicans, but none of this should be happening. And you always hear MAGA screaming, Nancy Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi. This is not illegal. If we want to make And it's going to be even less illegal under Trump. Like, right? Corporations and very rich people are paying Trump to disempower the SEC and any regulators that can stop things like this. The Republicans are never going to pass a bill to stop congressional stock trading. We have to put people in power. And let's just say, I'm not necessarily saying, MAGA, you need to convert and become progressive Democrats. I would like it. I think it makes sense if you follow lines of logic. But let's say even your libertarians, right? Like Rand Paul is on this list. It's obscene. Republicans should not be stock trading. Ro Khanna is on this list from the Progressive Democratic Caucus. So again, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who has become a lightning rod for anger over lawmakers trading in stocks in recent year, has, according to the report, an almost cult-like following. That's true. People match her. That means people match her trades, like her financial disclosures. People take the same positions in the stock market that Nancy Pelosi does. And they saw the value of her household's portfolio rise by 71%. Those last people's portfolios rose by over 100 or over. And I just want to be clear, this is undervaluing, right? I'm not talking about the lifetime value, which is actually much higher. This is year over year. So from like December 2023 to December 2024. You know what I'm saying? This is how much their portfolio rose year over year. The actual, it's much higher. That's what I'm saying. This is undervaluing. It's gross. The report comes as several bipartisan measures aimed at banning the trading of stocks of individual companies by members of Congress appear to have stalled, despite overwhelming public support. Just like we all agree TikTok shouldn't be banned, if you want to protect our data, pass data privacy laws like the European Union. Stop pretending you're protecting our data. You are not. If you want to protect our data, we already have models for how to do that. See that? We agree on two things, MAGA. TikTok should not be banned. Or maybe three. We should pass data privacy laws to protect our actual data, not just from people selling it off and from foreign governments, but also from our government. We should protect it from everyone. And third, we need to ban congressional stock trading because it's ridiculous. A total of 11 bills have been proposed by lawmakers since 2022, but none have made it to a vote. This is just like, and I'll say this, doesn't this remind you of the the limit, not age limits, but the term limits, congressional term limits? You always hear people, we need term limits, we need term limits. But when it comes down for those people voting to limit their time in Congress, somehow they just can't bring themselves to do it. We always hear Ted Cruz on his podcast. It's called like The Verdict or whatever. All the congressional term limits. I remember someone cornered him and was like, okay, you keep saying you're for congressional term limits, but why haven't you, why don't you guys vote for them? Or no, that's not what they said. They said, you keep saying we need congressional term limits. Then why do you keep running again, Ted? Why not stop running? If that's your belief, even if congressional term limits haven't passed, you yourself could uphold them and stop running. And he's just like, no, well, it's not the law. Like when the law passes, then I'll adhere to it. They don't mean it. Just like they can all say, oh, Nancy Pelosi. It's not Nancy Pelosi. It's all of them. And they use Nancy Pelosi as this smokescreen, right? While they're all making congressional trades. And this is why, if you're ever wondering why we're never raising their salaries, if we ever raise congressional salaries, then that can be tacked onto that will be the ban congressional stock trading. We are not ever raising these people's salaries until they vacate their positions in the stock market. Like, this is a joke at this point. And I feel bad for the people who aren't doing, like AOC. AOC lives off of her congressional salary and her congressional salary alone in New York and DC. She probably, and for the very few people that are actually honest, I pity them. Right. And what we'll get into as well, and I'll show you guys, is one of the main things you'll hear. Like, Nancy Pelosi technically has no positions in the stock market. She does not make stock trades. Her husband does, though. It's Paul Pelosi, right? And that's it's same with Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's why these congressional reports, which I'll show you, require you to report close family members, because they'll be like, oh, it's not me. Yeah, okay, it's just your like family member making the trades for you, and who I'm sure you never talk to and give any information. They just happen to be outperforming the market at a rate never before seen. It's just all a coincidence, I am sure. Well, I'll show you how you can look up your own Congress people if you would like to in a little bit. Sorry, I didn't see who wrote that. Techie Gadget Queen. So yeah, AOC is one of the people that brought a bill. She worked on the bill with Matt Gaetz. And it is true, although being credibly accused of child trafficking, Matt Gaetz does not, he was one of those people. Not only did he, I hate to say him and AOC had something in common. That sounds gross because But what they did have in common is that both of them, well, they don't have positions in the stock. They don't make stock trades, but also AOC and Matt Gaetz don't accept lobbyist money. Like, all of their campaign funds are grassroots campaign funds. But just know, Matt Gaetz comes from obscene wealth. So I just want to be clear on that. Matt Gaetz comes from obscene wealth. AOC does not. Oh, and so this is what we're getting up. The report from Unusual Whales, right? And we'll get deeper into it, right? But this is the interesting part. Found that much of the rise in the value, shocker, right? We're forming a tech oligarchy around Trump. All of those people I showed you are sitting second row at Trump's inauguration. All of the tech billionaire CEOs are sitting right behind Trump. And much of the rise in the value of congressional lawmakers' portfolios was fueled by huge gains from big tech in 2024, with Amazon, Nvidia, Meta among the top performers. We know that Mark Zuckerberg hired PR firms and lobbied to have TikTok banned. Is it all coming together in your head now? Why? The tech industry accounted for just over 15% of investments by Republicans and 49% by Democrats during a year dominated by the debate about the influence of the industry. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're talking about Meta being or the tech industry being a dangerous place, and then you're also profiting off of it at the same time. It's pretty hypocritical to me. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Tap, tap, tap. We're doing a great job. Let's get to 150K gift. This is my Cash App and Venmo. I appreciate tips. If you do tip me, I will read whatever message you send out loud. We are live on Twitch. Hi, Twitch. YouTube. Hi, YouTube. And X. If you would like, please do follow me on YouTube. All of the replays of the People's Receipts and the broadcast are available on YouTube after the show as well. If you would like to join the Discord, that is my Feliz Navidad live account right down there. Just follow it and direct message, send a DM to that account and just say, can I get a link to the Discord? All of the articles I go through, all of the clips are in that, or every day in the Discord in the live sources section. So if you want access to this stuff, it is in there every day, as well as other things. Like, we have a whole community. I think we have well over 600 people now. Like Cootery was saying when she was up here before, we're about to start doing many more events. This TikTok stuff. Oh, hey, thank you for following me, Anna, on Twitch. I just saw that you followed me. Awesome. Yay, Twitch follower. We are building an army of well-informed people. Okay, So again, the Unusual Whales reports compiles trades from periodic transaction reports because Congress members have to file these reports. And this is what I was telling you. It's not just about their own activities. It's also trades made by immediate family members. The portfolio values are estimated based on publicly available market data and includes, and we're also looking at realized and unrealized gains in stocks. And I want to say this, but I don't think, I want to just be really clear about, I don't know if this makes you feel better about it or not. It doesn't for me, but the report comes with a caveat. Many of the stocks are part of index funds or managed by outside financial companies and are not chosen by the lawmakers themselves. Like, these are all excuses. Like, if you would say to Nancy Pelosi, stop trading stocks, she'll say, I don't. It's my husband does. I don't play stock trades. Or the other thing they'll say is, I have a financial advisor, right? It's not me. And they're just, it's all in an index and we're investing in many companies and it's not me personally. Okay, but it seems like I'll show you examples of why that's hypocritical, right? Okay, maybe that's true, but for some reason you keep placing trades. Sometimes in industries you are on committees, getting information, then insider information about these companies and then placing trades, So yeah, you can have somebody placing trades and maybe it's a stock portfolio and you say you're not choosing them, but I don't know, could you ever just email the person in charge of that and be like, oh, I'd take a position in this? I'm just hypothetically speaking out loud. There is no way people should be outperforming the market to this level. It's mathematical. The math's not mathing. That's what I'm trying to say here. The idea of lawmakers trading stocks while legislating is inherently problematic. Congress members shape policies that can directly impact markets and does every day. Whether or not they act on insider knowledge, the appearance of potential abuse undermines public trust. That is the exact point, right? Like, even though the same thing in the SCOTUS ethics code, same thing in the congressional ethics code. Not only are you not supposed to do anything unethical, you're supposed to avoid the appearance of impropriety. So you don't erode the public trust. We're eroding it pretty fast, if you ask me. And actually, I think I have this stuff from the report, so we don't need to go. Yeah, I have these things. I think I have. I'm going to show you guys the report. So yeah, this is the Unusual Whales report. This came out on January 7th. It comes out at the beginning of every year. It's like Christmas. You can pore over it. You can analyze the data in different ways. It's on unusualwhales.com. And they kind of put together a composite report, which I'm going to show you some screenshots of. It's really, if it appears to be a conflict of interest, it is a conflict of interest. Excellent point, that guy, Alan. I completely agree. Exactly. Avoiding the appearance of impropriety, right? If you're making us question you, you shouldn't be doing it. But as we know, that doesn't matter now. And we can't expect anybody in the United States government to be ethical. So that's why we need to actually put people in the government that will pass a law to ban stock trading. Oh yeah, thank you, Kudari. And you can follow them on Twitter. I think they're on Blue Sky. You can follow them pretty much on any platform. Unusual Whales is great. So I'm just going to show you a couple of things. So this first chart is weighted percentage change of congressional portfolios in 2024. So like I was saying, this is year over year weighted change. So David Reuser, that Republican from North Carolina, year over year, he 149%. What is the S&P average? 24.9. Do you see what I'm saying? It's there. They have it there. Do you see this yellow dotted line? That's the market average. So all of these people, thank you so, so much for the gifts. I appreciate it so much. Keep tapping the screen. Are we almost to 150K? I need to set up a new live goal quickly. Let's change the gift. I haven't done a different gift in a while. Glasses. Headbands. I'm really into headbands. Cowboy hat. I should have done that one, but I didn't. We'll do that one next. I need to pin the goal. Almost done, guys. Keep tapping the screen. We can do it. We could even get to 700K today. So the yellow dotted line is market average. So everyone above that has outperformed the market. See where I'm getting at with this? David Rooser, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Ron Wyden, Roger Williams, Morgan McGarvey, Pete Sessions. Pete Sessions whose dad was fired as FBI director for shady dealings a long time ago. Right? That Pete Sessions has some issues with J6. Susan Collins. See, there's Nancy Pelosi finally. David Kustoff, there's Nancy Pelosi, 70.9%. Tom Suozzi, 62.7%. Dan Crenshaw. Now, if you don't remember who Dan Crenshaw is, he's the Republican. Thank you so much for the flower crown. I love flowers. If you don't know, Dan Crenshaw, he's the Republican from Texas that has the eye patch, and he is the one that tried to raise or rumored to be. Remember when they were going to shut down the government right before Christmas? And then the Republicans tried to say it was the Democrats that tried to raise congressional salaries. See Dan Crenshaw there? 61.3% year over year increase in his stock portfolio. And he is making some pointed, suspect trades. So this guy is constantly complaining. This is the only thing you're going to... Well, no, we've already come up with many things we now agree with MAGA about. This is one of them. MAGA will hand down Dan Crenshaw, the smarter ones that understand what's going on in the stock market, relentlessly on X about his positions in the stock market. And he will start swearing at people, belittling people, dehumanizing people, and you will hear him yell. And I've played clips on the people's receipts of him saying this. He will always say, our salaries haven't been raised since 2008. We don't make any money now. You don't want me to trade in the stock market? Yeah, we don't. Yeah, this is why, Dan. Please stop acting like you're poor. Whenever it comes to funding the government, he's always whining about they don't get a salary raise. Dan, you don't need one. You don't need one, Dan. What I think we should do, because I think AOC and other people that don't accept lobbyist money and don't take positions in the stock market and don't have their immediate family members doing it or whatever, if you will, this is what I honestly think we should do. Someone should introduce a bill and say, if you will sign something that says, I won't accept lobbyist money, and I will not profit off the stock market in any way, then we should give you a salary. We should give you a high salary. Do you know what I mean? If you'll sign those papers, if we know that people are above influence of corporate lobbyists, of foreign government lobbies, of benefiting personally in the stock market, then yeah, we'll pay you. But this is why we don't want to pay any of you. Because of this is exactly why. But people like AOC, sure. Or I'm sure there's got to be someone on the far right that's not I know Matt Gaetz wasn't taking lobbyist money. If you'll agree to not take any lobbyist money and you won't have anything to do with the stock market, then sure. If you'll do grassroots fundraising, then yeah, I do want to pay you. I want talent in Congress. I want to pay you so you can, she lives in New York and DC. She needs more than we're paying her, I'm sure. And it sucks for her. So if you'll sign something saying you won't be one of these people, then absolutely we should pay you. Oh, thank you, T. That's such a nice compliment. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 200K. If you love me, tap the screen. Thanks, Julie. Julie says she loves the people's receipts. Thank you so much for the Venmo tip. Yay, $10. I'm rich. I'm going to pay my rent soon. We have to pay our leaders more to commit to integrity. No, I agree with that, Jen. I know. Why should, but I'll say that when I say pay them more, I'm not saying, what I'm saying is it is true. What is it called? And none of us are getting them. So I know the line of logic. I do agree with you. Like, when's the last time any of us got a COLA adjustment, which, if you don't know, that's cost of living adjustment. Employers in theory, year over year, are supposed to factor in inflation and cost of living and all of these things and give us a raise to adjust for that fact. But I would say, I think the average person in capitalism is not getting a COLA adjustment. Wow, thanks for the galaxy. My ADHD loves pretty colors. So I would say the average person in capitalism isn't getting a COLA adjustment. But the only reason I'm saying is, I'm not saying let's bribe them and pay them like some obscene amount. Thank you so much for the flower crown and the butterflies. But let's give them the cost of living adjustment. They haven't had a COLA. It's not that they're getting pay raises. It's just their due cost of living adjustment. And I'm saying, if you want that, let's give it to the people that honestly aren't making money other ways. That's what I'm saying. We should do that. My raise is exactly my insurance premium increase. Oh man, isn't that the truth, Rue? I hear that. Hey, Joanna.
Hey, Felice, you look fantastic today as per usual, and the big brain is braining. I heard that everybody you down here in the audience, I heard all of you people did great in my absence. I heard y'all tap the hell out of the screen. We hit well over 500,000 likes. I want y'all to have that same energy today. Keep tapping, tap the shit out the screen. Take out your annoyance on the screen. Like, don't break your phone, because we at Feliz Navidad Live Incorporated are not responsible for any damages to your phone from the tapping. But absolutely tap the screen. A whole lot. Keep tapping, keep sharing, keep gifting. As you know, since this platform possibly could be going away super soon, if you want to support Felice, the best way at this point is to send a Cash App or a Venmo to A Girl Has No Name. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, make sure that you're hopping on there so that you can see all past episodes and rewatch any episodes that you may have missed or that you want to watch again, because you know you want to watch them again. We all do, right? And if you haven't gotten in the Discord yet, which is another way that we're going to keep this community going, send a message to Feliz Navidad Live. Tell her that you want a link to the Discord and she'll get you one. You can also send one to me. That little account with the seething purple eyes down there, Dark Felice, send one to that. Or you can send one to me and we'll get you a link to the Discord so that you can come in there and turn up with us. Come in there and cry with us. Come in there and just chill with us and be with us and enhance the community. Thank y'all. Missed y'all a lot, but yeah, keep that same energy that y'all have had. In my couple days of absence, I had some shit to do. That's a completely different story. Keep the same energy y'all had yesterday, and let's get these likes up, up, and up. Tap the screen, share the live. This 167 is a bit embarrassing. Get it up. Thanks.
Thanks, Joanna. I missed you. Welcome back. It's good to have you back on this Friday. So again, yeah, I think if someone wants a cost of living adjustment, just agree to stop insider trading and accepting money from lobbyists. And then no problem. But again, I just want to highlight Dan Crenshaw, because he is the one that's always crying about not getting a cost of living adjustment. You're doing just fine in the stock market, Dan. You're doing just fine. There's a good old Mitch the Turtle McConnell doing. See Marjorie Taylor Greene, though? These are the people that annoy me. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I have heard her on multiple occasions screaming about Nancy Pelosi and the stock market. Why are you outperforming the stock market, Margarine? Like, what's going on there? You're doing exactly what you keep saying other people are doing. I will say, hi, Bobby. Welcome. Missed you. But good to have you. So I will say, at least she didn't vote for the TikTok ban. But Margarine, please, you're a hypocrite. You are a hypocrite. So again, and I wanted to show you guys this. So party performance, again, this is from the 2024 Unusual Whales report. If you want to look at it, just go to unusualwhales.com. We take it's perceived return and then total values, and then that's what they're looking at, perceived return and then total values, and seeing how they changed in 2024 when we look at both parties, this is fascinating. The portfolio value for all trading Democrats ballooned by 31% and beat the market. That's crazy and weird. Meanwhile, the Republican portfolio also beat the markets at 26%. So this is a picture of the actual Democrats versus Republicans. And then the thing on the bottom is SPY. Oh my gosh. This is the S&P, the top 500 publicly traded companies. That's the 24.9% is the average. That's what is normal in the market. And this is our Congress outperforming the market. Weighted percentage change of congressional portfolios. Wait, did I? Yeah, no, I think I did that one. I'm pretty sure. Oh no, this is everyone. Yeah, this is everyone's. So you can see again that yellow dotted line is the SPY, which is the top 500 S&P companies. And then the average, which is 24.9%. And you can see everyone in Congress that's placing trades. Look at all of these MAGA America First Republicans. Ugh. And then there's Michael McCall. Oh man, we're going to do a special thing on Michael McCall because it's super shady. But yeah, this is everyone. There are some people that did worse. That's interesting. But yeah, by and large, Congress is doing great in the stock market. Oopsie, sorry. I want to just show you some of these individual cases that they were highlighting. Yeah, here's a good one. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene, which we'll get into a little more later. But Marjorie Taylor Greene, we'll get more into member trading, but basically, Marjorie Taylor Greene went through a divorce at the end of 2022. Remember, and now she's with Brian Glenn. Her 2023 annual disclosure report shows no tech stocks, while she filed a bunch of trades in 2024 to restock her personal profile. This is why her value increased significantly. You could say her returns aren't fantastic, but she's still outperforming the average. But do you see she bought in Meta, all of these things? She had no tech stocks before, and now she took positions in all of these things once her divorce went through. See, there's Meta in the first one. There's Amazon. She has stock in Amazon. Do you think it's very America first and she's talking about corporations and how shady that is, but she holds these positions in the stock market? Doesn't seem very America first to me. This stuff is infuriating. Only half. So if we look at 100 members of Congress who actively trade, half beat the S&P, right? The S&P average, which is 24.9%. However, most of Congress tracked SPY with less active trading than previous years. What's more, those who outperform SPY is the S&P 500. It's like trades as SPY, it trades as SPY on the ticker, but it's like Spider. It's the top 500 publicly traded. It's an ETF. It's an exchange trade fund. Yeah. So with less active trading the previous years, what's more, those who outperform SPY really outperform the S&P. That's what I'm saying. When I say they beat the market, if you beat SPY, that's the top 500 publicly traded companies that you outperformed the S&P, including Nancy Pelosi. And again, why? This is what we were talking about. Because of tech stocks primarily. Amazon, Nvidia, Meta, they boosted congressional returns this year. If you're voting to ban TikTok, which is Meta's competitor, and you are directly profiting off of it, outperforming the S&P, doing that, I don't know what is less ethical than this. Margarine, we have to hear her talking all the time about how she's America first. And you're taking positions in Meta and Amazon, profiting off the TikTok ban. Shady. Average stock gains. So another way to show performance. So this is looking at it from another lens. Is the stock prices change in 2024? The following chart aims to show gains per stock in each member's portfolio. The gray dots show the percentage change in stock price in 2024. The colored dot represents the average per member. This chart shows you which members were busy disclosing trades in 2024 and which ones held very few stocks or traded minimally, showing who is leading their trading with a few strong stocks. This is, and again, the yellow is the S&P average. That's SPY. That's 24.9%. Look at how Nancy Pelosi 60.9, Mark Green. Look at all of these hypocrites. Stephen Lynch, Greg Stubbe, Josh Gottheimer. Do you see look how much he trades? And he's had long held positions and is trading. That's interesting. Fascinating. I could look at this stuff forever. Oh, and this is just an expert. When I say SPY, that yellow dotted line, just so you know, an SPDF ETF, like it refers to the Spider S&P 500 ETF, which is the exchange traded fund that tracks the performance of the overall S&P 500 index, meaning it invests in a basket of 500 largest publicly traded companies in the US. That's what it is. So that's when we say that yellow dotted line and we say they're outperforming the S&P 500, the top publicly traded companies in the US. I don't know how you do that unless you have some information you are not supposed to have. There's no other way to do it. These are average percentage changes in stocks traded by Congress members. Each gray dot shows the year to date of a stock held or traded by that member in 2024. Colored dots represent the average percentage change. Look at this is what the gray dots are the trades. Or no, wait, the gray dots is the year to date of a stock held or traded by that member and the percentage change. Shady AF. Sorry, I just find this stuff fascinating. I'm going to do a deeper dive into this. And there's many more ways you can look at this data. But I like how they make this simple for people to understand. Why did Congress perform so well? Congress outperformed because they invested mainly in big tech. Think about how the tech oligarchs are surrounding Trump now. And Congress is making money off big tech. If you look at the increases in portfolio values, performance or stock returns individually, they did incredibly well. And then here are some summary statistics for Congress and some charts to visualize the difference between why Democrats did so well in 2024 versus Republicans in 2024. Which I'll tell you what, shocker, Democrats invested more in tech. Wait, I just want to make sure I'm not. Yeah, and here's the part about the TikTok ban. I also want to note one thing. Much of the stocks that Democrats or Republicans bought in big tech was from previous years. This is the most important part of this whole speech, right? They had positions, long-held positions in tech, and then voted for the TikTok ban to benefit off of it, right? They advanced So they bought in big tech from previous years, and they advanced legislation to help these companies. The CHIPS Act, The CHIPS Act is NVIDIA, right? If you don't know, when you see that NVDA stock, right, that is the largest US chip maker. So if you've long held a position in NVIDIA, of course you're going to pass the CHIPS Act. You're standing to benefit from that. It's crazy to think about it. Always follow the money. That's why if someone asks, what is this site called? It's called unusualwhales.com. And that's how I would suggest when you're trying to determine what your individual representative or congressional member is up to, consult their stock positions. I think it's a great idea because, I mean, truly, the TikTok ban, right? I mean, these people had long held positions in Meta and then banned their major competitor that was pushing them out of the US market. Shady? I think so. These are Republican holdings by sector and Democratic holdings by sector. See, you see the huge amount in technology. Oopsies. Republicans have 15.8% in technology, but this is what I'm saying. Oops, puzzle piece. Give me 1 second. Got it. Keep tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. So look, here's technology for Republicans. They have 15.8% in technology. That's the green bubble right there. Democrats have 49.4% of their stock holdings in technology, which is smart. I don't want to say the Democratic Party are better stock traders, but it's kind of a no-brainer. But yeah, I mean, think about that. You pass a bill. Yes, it's a good thing for America. Yes, it's creating jobs. But if you have long held positions and you're going to financially benefit from that, I do think that is the appearance of impropriety, if not actual impropriety. Especially as it relates to the TikTok ban. Imagine taking the livelihood of average American people, small businesses, and not only banning TikTok, then trying to convince us it was for our safety. Again, if it was for our safety, they just passed data privacy laws in the United States, all while it turns out profiting off of it. It is an insult to our intelligence. This is by industry. This is Republicans by industry. And again, all of this you can break down. Now look at this. Remember the CHIPS Act? Democrats have 25% of their stock portfolio holdings in semiconductors. Do you think this is a coincidence? You tell me. I don't know. I mean, it's not illegal. If we want this to be illegal, we have to make it illegal. What was that? Software infrastructure by industry. They have 25% in semiconductors, 24.1% in software infrastructure. Pretty smart. Information technology services, software, consumer electronics, 4.8. Yeah, pretty much. We need to stop congressional stock trading. And I want to just tell you about Nancy Pelosi. So when you hear MAGA saying like, oh, Nancy Pelosi, I'm going to actually since they included it in the report, I want to tell you why people say that. And it is true. There is a cult following of Nancy Pelosi's trades. There are people who, when Nancy Pelosi it's Paul Pelosi, but when those trades are made, they automatically take the same positions, right? And I'll show you on the Unusual Whales report, you can take the same positions in the stock market as the Democrats or the Republicans, and I'll show you how in a second. But widely regarded as a skilled options trader, which Nancy Pelosi is smart as a whip. If you don't know, Nancy Pelosi comes from a very wealthy family, a political dynasty from California. She's garnered an almost cult-like following for her financial disclosures. The true genius behind her trades is her husband, Paul Pelosi. Pelosi buys deep in the money in tech companies after they undergo a large drop. I mean, that's a no-brainer. Her disclosed trades focus on mega cap companies. Her family has an outstanding track record when it comes to tech leaps. Let's see. She's up 93% at the moment, while her calls up 97%. Her Nvidia contracts, oh my god, she are up 273%. She likely exercised, causing her to be up nearly 170% on Nvidia shares. Nvidia is the microchips, the CHIPS Act. Is it all coming together for you? And you can follow these trades. Again, just go to unusualwhales.com. This is all on the front page of it. This is the 2024 report. But if you want to screenshot this and follow her trades, Unusual Whales tracks it. And this is the URL if you want to follow them and place the same ones. I would highly recommend it. If you're saying Feliz Navidad to get a link to the Discord, that is my Feliz Navidad live account down there, just right under the request button. Yeah, just send a message to that account, direct message it. Like you message any account on TikTok and just say, can I get a link to the Discord? And then after this live, I'll go through and give everyone invite links one by one of whoever wants one. And then, yeah, you'll have access to this whole outline. Yeah, but it's not restricted to just public companies. Yeah, wait, I must have missed putting one in here. Well, we'll skip. Here's the unusual. Oh yeah, this is what I want to talk about. So now they're calling out unusual trades. This is the important part. So Michael McCall, he's on like the Foreign Intelligence Committee and all of that stuff. He's a Republican from Texas. This is about the TikTok ban. This is the shady stuff I'm talking about. The TikTok ban, or the divestment bill, passed in April. TikTok is expected to be banned in the U.S. in the new year. Of course, Texas Republican Representative Michael McCall has disclosed owning Meta beforehand, right? As the author of the bill, this is one of the co-authors of the bill. His family has traded Meta in the hundreds of thousands prior to and following the bill's passing. This is one of the co-authors of the TikTok ban. He held huge positions in Meta before he co-authored the TikTok ban. Since the TikTok ban passed, he has taken even larger positions in Meta, and his family has. The co-author of the TikTok ban is going to get rich off us losing think how many small businesses will be put out of business, how many people make a little extra money on TikTok, so they can pay for their insurance, all of these things. And these people who say it's for your safety are going to get rich off of it. The co-author of the bill. Remember Mark Wayne Mullen? Senator Mark Wayne Mullen bought up to 50,000 of Meta in January. He was later pressed on this on MSNBC and noted that he has no idea what stocks he owns, as it's managed by third-party people. He voted to pass the TikTok ban. So again, just to review the shadiness, this is Republican Michael McCall, one of the co-authors of the TikTok ban, held huge positions in Meta before he authored that bill, and has since, and his close family members have taken more huge positions in Meta since it passed. Another Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, the one who was saying he's going to do some MMA fighting personally with Mark Zuckerberg. Remember that clip I showed you on Fox? Took a $50,000 position in Meta, voted for the TikTok ban. These people are going to get rich off limiting our free speech, taking the livelihood of small business owners, and again, I'll say this one more time as much as I can. My Feliz Navidad live account, right? If you want to join the Discord, it has nothing to do with putting a message in the live stream chat. My Feliz Navidad live account is right down there. And if you could help, thank you, Toodle, for trying to explain it. I'm just going to explain it one more time. And then if people in the chat could help other people out, because it's fine to be confused. The instructions are a little confusing. That is the account. Just click on it, follow it, and just send a direct message and say, hey, can I get a link to join the Discord? And then after the live, I'll go through and get everyone links. I used to have it in my link tree and it was easier to join, but then it was becoming an unsafe space because a bunch of MAGA men that didn't like me very much were joining and terrorizing people. So that's why there's sort of an extra security layer now, just to make sure that everyone is a little bit safer. Oh yeah. For Discord link DM. I'll do that. Maybe messages. That's if people understand DM. Actually, I don't know. I don't think people understand DM either. But yeah, I could try that for a while because this doesn't seem to be working. That's fair. So, but again, so he took the $50,000 position. Mark Wayne Mullins' excuse is like, so a third party manages my stock. You wouldn't tell somebody to take that position. It's very obvious. If you're sitting in caucus meetings and they're saying, hey, I'm working on this bill. We're going to ban Meta's major competitor that's pushing them out of the U.S. market. I'd take a position there too. You'd have to be dumb not to. So again, both of their approximated portfolios, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen and Michael McCaul, these are allegedly America First Republicans, are hitting all-time highs, with McCaul making millions. Furthermore, Representative McCaul disclosed purchasing $250,000 worth of stock in Howmet Aerospace in October. Howmet Aerospace is a defense contractor. McCaul serves on the House Committee on Homeland Security. These people are on committees getting insider information you have to have a security clearance for, and then taking stock positions. And there's more examples. I don't know if we need to go through them, but Tina Smith is a Minnesota senator. She took a position, $100,000 in tactile systems. She sits on the Senate Committee on Health, right? They directly deal with medical devices and have been discussed directly in her committee. The last time she bought was at the end of 2023, and even the Republican Party chairman criticized her. She has beat the market with her. She outperformed the market with her purchase. Wasserman Schultz, right, is a Democrat. In August, Florida Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz bought Hecla Mining Company, bought shares in Hecla Mining Company. She sits on the Environment, Manufacturing, and Critical Minerals Subcommittee. The mining company has directly campaigned to that subcommittee specifically and has been discussed in the minutes. Her purchase peaked at plus 45%. She also bought shares in the military company Viasat. She sits on the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Military Construction. It has risen 41% since her purchase. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Before the election, this is America First Marjorie Taylor Greene. Before the election, Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene disclosed numerous stock purchases. For example, she bought thousands in Tesla shares. She's now on the Doge committee. The Trump transition team has recommended scrapping car crash recording requirements opposed by Tesla. Per Reuters, Musk has also reportedly been advising Trump on numerous key issues. Tesla is up 73% since the election, and Representative Greene is up on her purchase. She sits on the Doge committee with Elon Musk and took a huge position in Tesla. This is Jared Moskowitz. I know we love him. He's funny in oversight and accountability, but this is the reality, right? He's another one with huge positions in Meta, but this is about defense right? He is Lockheed Martin, the huge defense contractor. He purchased shares in February, July, and November of this year. He also invested in NVIDIA, the chip maker, Meta, and Merck. Representative Moskowitz currently serves on the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, a role that intersects with key defense and international relations decisions. Interestingly, Lockheed Martin, a major contractor, was awarded an $11 billion Department of Defense contract. Right after he took those positions, Lockheed Martin has hit numerous all-time highs this year. This is not illegal unless we make it illegal. We have to stop Congress from trading stocks. This is Mark Wayne Mullen again, right? This is another one. On February 7th, Mark Wayne Mullen bought $30K in Badger meters, trades as BMI. They produced automated water technology. Senator Mullen represents Oklahoma, and Oklahoma announced they're upgrading their water meters. What do you know? What's worse, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen sits on the Environmental Services Senate Committee. He is up plus 55% since entry, beating the S&P. He also bought shares in Sprouts Farmers Market early in 2024. The stock has now risen over 200% since his purchase. Well, what do you know? I mean, Dan Crenshaw, remember, he's the Republican from Texas who has the eye patch, the one I said to MAGA. I will give MAGA credit for relentlessly harassing him about his stock trades on the internet. On October 25th, 2022, Representative Dan Crenshaw purchased $15K in Wynn Resorts. He represents Texas's 2nd District. 6 days earlier, Houston, Texas billionaire Tillman Fertitta purchased 6.1% of the company, but the purchase was publicly available October 31, 2022. Tillman now owns 9.9%. Wynn closed up 10% and is now up 56% from Crenshaw's purchase. Crenshaw is still holding the stock. This is why, and then he has the nerve to say, you guys won't give us raises in Congress. We could go over more and more. This is another one investing in Tesla. Michael Guest, he's from Mississippi, right? Disclosed a purchase of Tesla stocks made shortly after the election. Tesla has seen significant gains, and we know why, right? For instance, Trump announced the possible termination of the EV credit program, which would allow Tesla to increase their prices, among other favorable developments. Tesla stock has climbed 34%. Notably, Representative Guest serves as chairman of the House Ethics Committee. That's not shady at all. This Florida Representative Maria Salazar purchased $50,000 in DT Midstream, a natural gas pipeline company. Few politicians have ever purchased this stock. What made this especially interesting is that she sits on the House Committee on Foreign Affairs. The stock rose 60% following her purchase. What a weird coincidence. Isn't it weird that all these, I'm sure these people, they're all honest. These are just coincidences, right? Keep tapping the screen. Oh, I thought we're not at 200K yet. We can do it. Let's get to 200K. Keep tapping the screen, sharing the live. Please subscribe. I'm trying to get to 600 subscriptions. Your subscriptions are much appreciated. I do hours and hours of research every day leading up to these shows, and your tips, donations, subscriptions, gifts, all of the above allows me to do this with you guys every day. So I highly, highly appreciate them. Again, if you want to join the Discord, that is my Feliz Navidad live account just down there. Just click on it, follow it, and send a message to that account and say, please give me a link to join the Discord. And as soon as I'm done with this live, I'll go through and make sure everyone is, on the up and up, and then I'll get you a link to join the Discord ASAP. Again, all of my outlines are in there with all of the links to everything I go through. Now, this is the shady one. Remember I was showing you that video from that guy who was like, I've never made a political TikTok video, but I'm so mad about the TikTok ban. I have a degree in finance. And he's like, Josh G, I'm not going to bother to pronounce his last name. Gottheimer? Yeah, this is him. He's from New Jersey. Garden State Representative Josh Gottheimer has appeared on the list numerous times. This man has a lot of positions in the stock market, makes a lot of trades. Usually he only trades Microsoft, having worked there in the past. However, he also purchased shares in Fair Isaac Corporation, FICO, a credit rating service. He is on the House Financial Services Committee. Now listen to this. The stock increased by 100%. Since his purchase, 100%. In October, he also purchased shares in Crinetics, sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, Pharmaceuticals. It was purchased a day before. One day before the company announced submission of a new FDA drug application, the stock rose. One day before. Why is Congress are the luckiest stock traders in history? Yes, unusualwhales.com. That's correct. This is the 2024 Unusual Whales report. Oh, whales. No. Whales. Whales like cetaceans. This is the senator from Delaware, Thomas Carper, is an active trader. In March, he purchased shares of Arcadium Lithium, a company in the lithium production industry. He sits on the Finance Committee's subcommittee on energy, natural resources, and infrastructure. Literally, days after he purchased the stock, the company was in talks to be acquired. ALMT has been up since then. Earlier in the year, he reported that his spouse invested in Valero Energy Corporations in January. Within 3 months, the position was sold, netting an impressive 38.1% gain. Gosh, these people are so lucky. It's so weird. It couldn't be insider trading. They're just the luckiest people on earth. They all just happen to be on these committees where corporations are literally coming to them, disclosing this information, and they place trades. I mean, I'm sure this is all ethical. It's gotta be, right? Daryl Issa from California has run afoul of the Stock Act and raised serious concerns about transparency and accountability in Congress. In September, Representative Issa disclosed up to $355 million worth of Treasury bill sales. Thank you so much for the flower crown. In Treasury bill sales, which were executed months ago, but not reported. That's illegal. In a timely manner as required by law. As a reminder, under the Stock Act, members of Congress are required to report their trades within 45 days to ensure transparency and prevent conflicts of interest. Representative Issa's repeated violations highlight a troubling disregard for these rules. I mean, we're talking about $355 million worth of Treasury bill sales, which were executed months ago, but not reported. Ugh, that's crazy. Despite the enormous financial stakes, the consequences he is likely to face are minimal. Yeah, they're like small little fines. Penalties for the Stock Act violations are notoriously light, often amounting to no more than a few $100s in fines. Why wouldn't they be insider trading? A trivial amount compared to outperforming the stock market and making a S-load of money. Yes, I do think these are all conflicts of interest. Yes, there is a congressional ethics code. This is insane. Washington Representative Dan Newhouse purchased Raytheon. Raytheon's one of the largest defense contractors in the country. in April. He sits on the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Homeland Security. If you don't understand what that means, appropriations meaning appropriating money. He understands how much money is being funneled to which defense contractors, and then takes a huge position in Raytheon in April. Raytheon has been the beneficiary of numerous multi-million-dollar government contracts this year. Raytheon has been up since the position he took. Ban stock trade. I don't care if you're far right or far left. We need to stop these people from profiting off us. If you're just joining, there's 400 people in here. Keep tapping the screen. I have been giving examples of insider trading going on in Congress. The 2024 Unusual Whales report has come out that shows the egregious, obviously suspect congressional trades being made in 2024. People outperforming the stock market. And the reason we're talking about this is the grossest ones are people who had positions in Meta voting for the TikTok ban, or having huge positions in Meta, voting for the TikTok ban, and then taking more huge positions in Meta after it passed. This is the reality. They want to bankrupt small business owners on TikTok and are going to make untold sums of money from banning TikTok. This is the reality we now live in. And then this is the Trump nominees. I mean, I could go on, and we've done a lot of talking about Trump's cabinet and Trump's nominees and their unusual trading histories. But I thought this was a really interesting one when I was going through this. Former Senator David Perdue, he's the U.S. ambassador to China, which is so funny because this is, they're always like, China's a danger. This is a man who's made untold subs off offshoring jobs to China. You may remember Perdue for his unusual trading behavior during the pandemic. During 2020, he was investigated by the DOJ for, quote, possible evidence of insider trading due to those sketchy trades. Perdue's biggest purchases during the stock market crash in late February 2020 were Pfizer, repeatedly buying it for up to $260K. Just 2 weeks later, Pfizer announced they were working on the COVID-19 vaccine with biotech. Senator Perdue did not purchase any other pharma stocks in the months before and after, meaning it's not like this guy's trading in big pharma all the time. This is a one-off, isolated trade. This is Trump's ambassador to China. You take several huge positions in Pfizer. 2 weeks later, they announced the COVID vaccine. I can't. And we are scraping to live. Inequality is increasing, right? We were going over a statistical analysis just a couple weeks ago. Since trickle-down economics, nothing has trickled down. Nothing. Kelly Loeffler. Do you guys remember Kelly Loeffler? Billionaire Kelly Loeffler, former Georgia senator, also in the Georgia and J6 indictment. Kelly Loeffler for the fake elector scheme. Now influential Republican donor. She's going to lead the Small Business Administration. Cool. That's what we need. Billionaires leading the Small Business Administration. She was investigated by the DOJ for unusual trading. The former senator was briefed about COVID severity on January 24th, 2020. Nothing like profiting off the millions of unalivings of Americans while telling people not to put on a mask. Remember, this is one of those people. You're profiting off of it. She was briefed on the COVID severity on January 24, 2020 in a closed-door meeting. Between January 24th and March 11th, 2024, former Senator Loeffler sold off up to $4.6 million in stocks. Her husband, oh, by the way, if you don't know who Kelly Loeffler is married to, the New York Stock Exchange CEO, sold off up to $18 million. In Intercontinental Exchange, Inc., ICE shares, after the market dip, when Infinite QE was confirmed, she bought 4.5 million again and made millions. This small biz, she's in charge, she's in Trump's cabinet in charge of the Small Business Administration. Cool. Oh, and these are what I was talking about. And you can take I'll go up and you can take the screenshots if you want in a second. Exchange trade funds, right? Congress has its own ETF. Congress versus SPY, which is the S&P 500 average, right? The top 500 publicly traded companies, which were, again, performed at 24.9%. Nance is the Democratic ETF on the S&P. It performed at 27.9%. And Cruz, for Ted Cruz, I assume, is the Republican one, and it performed at 14.6%. In 2023, we helped launch Nance and Cruz ETFs, which follow the Democratic and Republican stock disclosures, respectively. You can find those portfolios here. If you want to screenshot this, here, let me get it above the chat so it's a little easier. If you want to follow these portfolios of the Democratic and Republican trades and track them, just take a screenshot of this and you can copy and paste them into your browser. I love to check them out. It's fascinating. And this is just it's Unusual Whales. See, it's whales, not wells, is a data provider, and trading is managed externally by Subversive, right? Each of the exchange trade funds holdings try to reflect the holdings each party's members have been trading. Right. And so that's what we just looked at. Nance was up 27%. They tried to take the same positions as the Democratic members of Congress and the Republican members of Congress. And yeah, it's Subversive makes the trades. Unusual Whales is just providing the data based on the financial disclosure reports from Congress. And I think this is cool. I mean, why should we care? The ideal lawmakers are trading stocks while legislating is inherently problematic. That is the problem. We should all care about this. TikTok is being taken away from us. 175 million people use it. Countless small business owners. It generates supplemental and primary income for countless households in America. Not only is it being banned, we're being lied to and told it's for our safety when we know the real way to protect Americans' data is with data privacy laws like the EU, right? And then on top of that, when reports like Unusual Whales come out, we find out not only are we being lied to about the reason, but they're profiting off of it. They have huge positions in TikTok's giant competitor and are going to make untold sums of money from the ban. That's why it matters. And these are just, I thought this was cool that these are just the different bills that they've tried to introduce, right? Over and over to ban stock trading in Congress. Republicans have introduced them. Democrats have introduced them. Actually, let me see. I know a Republican has introduced, Josh Hawley introduced one. Because I was like, I know at least one Republican introduced a bill. They're primarily Democrat. There's another one. Chip Roy did one. Chip Roy did two. Gates and AOC. Yeah, Gates and AOC co-authored that one. And even President Biden, who he never really said anything about congressional stock trading for a while, but we listened to the clips of him be like, hey, we're in an oligarchy, all bets are off. This is effing ridiculous. And at the end of his term 2 weeks ago, despite never speaking on the topic earlier, said Congress should be banned from trading stocks because they're in on it now. Do you know what I'm saying? They are being lobbied by the donor class, by the 0.01%, by corporations, by billionaires. And now they realize, oh, I've got some skin in the game. That's what happened with, what's our Arizona senator's name we finally got rid of? Kirsten. Why can't I remember her last name? Who's the one that became an independent? Sorry, I don't know why. My brain just shut off. What's her name? The blonde. who dressed like a banana to the State of the Union. Cinema. Yes, thank you, Cinema. Kirsten Cinema. Yeah. She's a perfect example of one. I mean, you want to see someone just taken over by lobbyists? Like, she had no money when she went into Congress. She's leaving. She's, has she has millions and millions of dollars now. And then we have to hear Dan Crenshaw, who outperformed the S&P, say that they haven't gotten a pay raise. Like, you all are doing just fine. This is reality. Anyways, and so again, this is Jim Jordan. And the juxtaposition, now like I said, we need to follow the money. They are financially profiting off the ban of TikTok. And then we have to see clips like this that insult our intelligence.
Dance obviously is Chinese affiliated company. So should China be able to retain ownership of TikTok, given what we know are glaring?
China does not own TikTok. Laura Ingraham is so uninformed that China does not own TikTok, but I'm glad we're back at the Red Scare.
So should China be able to retain ownership of TikTok, given what we know are glaring national security problems and propaganda issues with the platform?
Right. I actually voted for the bill. I struggled because
it's a law now. It is a U.S. law.
For the free speech aspect of it, but then also it's China, and we just saw
why does China have free speech rights in the United States?
Exactly. Great point. So I support
there is no.
How dumb is that statement? Why does China have free speech rights? Are you proud of this, Fox News? Someone that doesn't understand that we're not making a First Amendment argument for the country of China? Is this who you really want reading your news to, you Republicans? This person right here. Like, yeah, and yes, China does not even have TikTok. They don't but she's literally saying, why do they have it? Yeah, they don't, and it has nothing to do with that, Laura. Like, you're paid to misunderstand everything. It must be nice.
The free speech aspect of it, but then also it's China, and we just saw
why does China have free speech rights in the United States?
Exactly, great point. So I support.
There is no free speech issue.
I supported the legislation, but I do think the President Trump has taken the right approach. Is there some time frame where we can figure out, is there another owner who can come in and purchase it so it's not owned, the parent company is not some Chinese company? I think that's the right approach.
Yeah, an American company would totally solve the problem, would it not? Yeah. Well.
Yeah, let's just have some more oligarchs take over another company. That sounds like a great idea. Again, China does not own TikTok. The First Amendment free speech argument is not for the country of China, Laura Ingraham. It's for U.S. citizens who are using the app. Here, let me show you. Someone asked what this website is. I'm just going to show you guys. Let me show you guys this. This is my actual browser. This is my actual browser. Hold on. So this is unusualwhales.com. Unusual Whales, WHALES.com. You can just real-time data, explore, ticker explorer, proprietary indicators. This is Congressional Trading Report 2024. Read the report. You just scroll down. Why did it go away? I don't know why that just happened. Why won't it let me capture my... That's weird. Close. Oh, I think it's a pop-up ad. Hold on. Let me see if I can make it go away. But yeah, you just go to unusualwhales.com, or you can just Google Congressional Trade Report. I don't know. Couldn't capture because it's been closed. I don't know why it's like that. I have never captured my browser before. But again, just go to unusualwhales.com and just scroll down and it will say Congressional Trading Report 2024. Just give it a click. I know it is really informative stuff and it pays to be informed. And if you, for whatever reason, I suggest when you do research about your own congressperson, follow the money. Find out how they are making money. Thank you so much, Joseph, for the $50. You do a great job. I appreciate you and your lives. It is truly a labor of love. Like, I believe The reason I do the people's receipts and show these type of receipts is that's how we're going to survive the next 4 years, is by being informed, right? We're going to educate ourselves. And when this type of BS is thrown in our faces, we are going to have the real information. We're going to know which Congress people are profiting off the TikTok ban. We're going to know who's lying and who's not, because that has always been the way I stay sane. I see the world in patterns, and I feel like if I can just show people those patterns, it will help us all survive. So thank you so much. And I truly, unusualwhales.com. Here, let me see if I can. Oh, maybe it was a different window. Maybe that's why I did it. Let's see. Why is it? I've never captured my. Here, let me close this. Just open it again. Give me 1 second. Open? Oh, wait. Okay, let me just see. This is experimental for me as well. Oh, I get it. Sorry. I never I just I realize what it's saying now. It's telling me that I need to. I get it now. Okay, I did. See, I figured something out. Look at me. Sorry, I'm moving it. I know that's. Why is it so big? Okay, I figured. Now I know how to do something. So again, if you want to find it, just unusualwhales.com. Right? This comes up. Then just scroll down and you will see it says Congressional Trading Report 2024. This is all the suspected insider trading of Congress. And just give it a little click, read the report. And this is where I got all the information I was just taking us through right here. All of the shady trades, all of the Congress people outperforming the market. Again, there's Michael McCall, the guy who's co-authored the TikTok ban and had huge positions in its number one competitor, Meta, before and after. So again, oopsies. Let me just close. That's enough of this nonsense. And I think so. And I want to agree with Ron Filipkowski. This is what he said. So Mike Pence posted this morning. He said, after the Supreme Court's decision came down to uphold the TikTok ban law, he said the Supreme Court's decision upholding the law requiring TikTok to divest from the Chinese Communist Party. I don't want to start saying this is sounding a lot like racism, but it is. Again, the Chinese government does not own a position in TikTok. It's crazy, right? Now, companies based in China, like ByteDance do, but this is what happened in McCarthyism, right? When they were spreading this fear about communism. China's not even communist. Like, we went over that too, but it's just any sort of relation to China, and they're like, oh, it's communism and it's the Chinese government, right? This law was the result of a bipartisan. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I skipped a line. To divest from the Chinese Communist Party is a victory for the privacy and security of American people. I cannot say this enough. The European Union protects its citizens it protects their data. We have no data privacy laws. We need data privacy laws that encompass the entire internet, not just one random company. And this isn't data privacy laws. This is just forcing a company to divest. This law was the result of bipartisan cooperation, and I commend its authors and supporters in Congress for enacting this vital law for our national security. The CCP has been put on notice that the American people's data is no longer for the taking. Our data is packaged and sold all the time. We have no data privacy laws here. The incoming Trump administration must be prepared to uphold this TikTok divestment law and put the privacy and security of America first. And I totally agree with Ron Filipkowski when he said this morning. The TikTok CEO will be sitting directly behind Trump at his invitation during the inauguration. Trump will not uphold or enforce this law, which was pushed in 2023 by Trump himself and Republicans in Congress. I cannot agree more. This is just like Trump had to renegotiate NAFTA and he renamed it. He had to amend it so he could say it was his bill. And now he wants to put tariffs and defy his own agreement. Trump is the reason for this TikTok ban. It started in 2023. In 2020, he revived it in 2023. And this is what he wants. He put pressure on somebody to make him an offer. He's transactional. So again, in the short term, I believe that in the TikTok ban, it says there can be a 90-day extension. I think that will happen. That's the word on the street, is that 90-day extension will be put into place. But in the long term, if they force the sale, I think TikTok will look like a very different place. So please make sure to follow me on YouTube. We're live on YouTube right now. Hi, YouTube. Live on Twitch. Hey, Twitch. A Girl Has No Name. It's the same on all of them. So please follow me, because that will be primarily where I am after this. I'll be using like OBS or Streamlabs software, and I'll just push my live out from there to different platforms. So there might be a little learning curve for me with technology, but by and large, there won't be an interruption in service. We will all still remain together. And to make sure you get the updates, make sure you join the Discord. And I know not everyone, Discord is an app. And it's individual communities. Like A Girl Has No Name. We have a community where we can meet, we can chat, we can do different things, and we're all in there together right now chatting. You can be in there now. If you want to join the Discord, that is my Feliz Navidad live account. That's right down there. Just click on it and direct message it and say, send me a link to the Discord. And after the live, I'll go through and get everyone individual invite links. No, I know. I'm like acting like I know about Discord. Cootery, my amazing friend first and mod, she came up here. She's really the person behind our Discord, and other amazing people like Left Jess that helped me do many things. And Benny created it. Like they basically tell me, just don't push any buttons. I'm like the person, they're like, don't touch anything. If you're confused, just ask. Yeah. So don't feel bad about not understanding. Can I type the YouTube channel in the chat? It's the same as this account we're on right now. A Girl Has No Name. Like you can just, the same way you spell it on YouTube is the same way you spell it on TikTok. I feel sometimes. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Joanna. But that's it. So that's the name of this account we're on. My real name is Felice. Yes, make sure you follow me on YouTube. I need like 600 more watch hours on there, and then we can do memberships and super chats and things. But yeah, I think what we should look at this as is we pretty much have 90 days to kind of shift over there or be prepared to. Like we can stay here as long as it's habitable, but once we start hating it, like let's just use this time and understand we want to like be prepared. But I don't think like immediately we need to panic. I'm not on favorited or fan base. It's funny you mentioned favorited. Facts still matter. He just mentioned that to me today, so I'll look into it. But I'm on A Girl Has No Name, just like my account is spelled. I'm on YouTube, Twitch, Blue Sky, X, Facebook. I just made the Facebook, Instagram. I haven't posted on Instagram. I'm really having a hard time posting on Meta platforms for after I took you through that report. I'm sure you can understand why, but I am there. But yeah, so I'm going to look into it and probably join some other platforms as well. So I'll look into favorite it. I should write that down actually. I should look at. Oh, actually, I'm going to play you guys something too funny about because I know the other one people are talking about is Red Note, but I think everyone should read the terms of service about Red Note. Favorited. What was the other one? Clapper. Oh, I have heard. I know. I have heard of Clapper. Yeah. Mandy's on Clapper. Yeah, exactly. I should. Fanbase. Thank you. Got it. Gotcha. Okay. And then got them all. I'll look into them this weekend. I know. You're exactly right. I should just make profiles regardless. Just get it all taken care of. And I will. Let me show you guys. This is funny, but also dead serious. So let me show you guys something that I think will make you laugh.
All this is up in the air. But TikTok users are not waiting around to find out how this is going to play out.
Amid fear a TikTok ban could take effect later this week, some Americans flocking to Chinese apps like Red Note.
I'm a TikTok refugee.
And Lemon 8. Both apps have similarities to TikTok, and Lemon 8 shares a parent company, ByteDance.
Red Note is owned and operated by the...
Yeah, that's why I'm saying this. You have to agree on China's constitution.
Chinese Communist Party, and users must agree to adhere to the Chinese Constitution, practice socialist values, and promote the traditional culture of China.
Yeah! Good job, U.S. government. You told Americans they couldn't see China anymore, and now they're running off to Vegas with it. I mean, this has got to be so frustrating for Kamala. She just spent a whole election fighting accusations that she's a socialist, and now every American is like, I would literally pledge to be a Chinese socialist for a good TikTok replacement.
You know why this annoys me, though, is because China is not communist nor socialist. Like, that's why I'm annoyed. Like, real socialist values, communist values, that's nothing to do with China. These are just words they use as a smokescreen.
The question is, why would Americans be so cavalier about the threat of China spying? Maybe it's because after years of receiving monthly emails about how every American company has lost or stolen our data, we've become cynical about the concept of privacy. Or maybe we actually get off on knowing China is spying on us the whole time. Maybe it's gotten so bad I can't even enjoy a cat video anymore unless I know Xi Jinping is watching me from some digital cuck chair in the corner. So, looks like this new app, Red Note, is exploding. And the last time something from China went this viral was... It's not important. But when you see what people are discovering once they're on it.
One thing that I've noticed since being on Red Note for like the last 2 days is how much more advanced the Chinese culture is than what I had in my brain.
Most of these Chinese people, they look so much less traumatized than most Americans. I am no longer convinced that we are living in a first world country.
Wow. It's like watching Americans discover our United States is not a great place is hilarious. I could die listening to these people. Have you guys seen any of these on TikTok? They're hilarious.
Lurking on Red Note, I found out about this car. We can't sell this car because it's Chinese. Look how cute it is.
Yes, there's 100% tariff on Chinese EVs in America. You'd have to read to know that, but yes, there are.
Sell in pink. It's like $15,000, which is affordable.
I made a new bestie. She ended up going to the market and sent me a picture of her local market, corn on the cob, 94 cents.
How much is corn on the cob where he is?
What would it be here in America, you might ask? $7.
Whose corn on the cob is $7? In Arizona, it's probably like 75 cents. Yeah, all you got to do is read basic statistics, but it is shocking. I think that is the weirdest thing to me is that I guess there are people, and I know I do way too much research. I do statistical analysis. Like I'm aware, Erwan. Yeah, exactly. That's true, Daisy. Fair enough. Fair enough. If I would have paid $25 for a coffee, I'll be at Erewhon. Oh, Kathleen, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $25 for keeping us informed in the future. You're amazing, Kathleen. Trust me, you guys just don't know. I don't make enough money to do this full time, but I want to. And like every little bit counts. And it just like, I appreciate you guys, everything I do. And just to be clear, I pretty much reinvest all this money into technology and things for this business. And that's what I'm going to use it. I'm probably going to use this to buy some software for us for when we have to go to YouTube. So thank you so much.
Is this what they don't want us to know?
Not a good sign for America. I was made to think a communist dictator was bad, but check out these corn prices. Daddy likey. Come on, America, fight back. If Chinese people show you their cheap corn, you show them our robust free press. Okay. Or you show them our fair and impartial justice. Not that, okay? Dave and Buster's. Show them our Dave and Buster's. Hell yeah, in your commie faces.
Peter Cobby. It's like, this is supposed to be funny, but it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, satire in America has just become reality. And that's the weirdest part about being in America. The Daily Show, is it funny? Thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it so much. Is the Daily Show funny, or is it just the news? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's... things aren't even funny anymore. It's just like satire is now just, yep, this is what is happening every day to Americans, and it is not a joke. Okay, I have so many funny things to show you guys, though. So this is just something that Margarine's boyfriend said. Margarine, who is on the, thank you for the flower crown, who is on the Unusual Whales trading report, as we just saw. This is crazy. Like, this is what the Republican Party is now. You are not allowed to think for yourself. This is Margarine's boyfriend yelling at Republican politicians, basically saying, who cares? Like, you weren't voted into office to do what you want. Yeah, they were voted into office to do what their constituents want. But listen to this.
So my message to every Republican out there that thinks that the American people voted them into office, they didn't. They voted...
Yeah, the American people did vote them into office. That's the craziest thing. Like, yes, by direct, not even by an electoral college like Donald Trump, by direct democracy, these people were voted into office. He's saying Republican senators better not oppose Trump's cabinet picks and nominations.
So my message to every Republican out there that thinks that the American people voted them into office, they didn't. They voted Donald Trump into office. They voted for his agenda to turn this country around. And I don't see how any Republican at this point can put their personal pettiness in front of the American people and what they...
Personal pettiness. Yeah, we'll get to that. Thank you for the now that was an unusual whale. Get it? This is Chuck Schumer talking about the extension they tried to do in the Senate that Senate Republicans blocked. And at least this one would have been 270 days, not 90 days for TikTok.
We will continue to work to find a responsible solution to keeping TikTok going, protect American livelihoods, and protect against Chinese Communist Party surveillance. We must and can do all three.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-103.
Let's stand strong. Let's remember we passed this law for a reason, and therefore
Yes, Republicans, here's one of them. This is one of them that blocked it.
3, let's stand strong.
What's his
Let's
name?
remember we passed this law for a reason, and therefore I object.
Pete Ricketts. Tom Cotton was the major one. He was on the House floor yelling about it. Yes, the Republicans blocked it. But Trump wants to do an executive order allegedly. You know, Trump wants to be the hero. They blocked Senate Democrats' attempt Cool. Crabby. They blocked Senate Democrats' attempt to extend it. I have the craziest story to tell you guys now. And now on to some Georgia state politics really quick. So a long time ago, when they were going to attack Fani Willis, remember? And they had done like investigations into Fani Willis, and you started hearing a bunch of Republicans say like, oh, Fani Willis is corrupt and all of this stuff. And that's because they had found information about, like that she was dating a prosecutor. Whether that's, I don't think that's not corruption, but whatever. She was dating a fellow person, a coworker. So there was this Georgia state senator. His name is Colton Moore. He was like just a new senator. I think he was previously in the Georgia State House and became a senator. He is from Marjorie Taylor Greene's area, like district 14, right? And all of a sudden I heard Marjorie Taylor Greene like propping this guy up. I would see him. This is when I was watching Steve Bannon's show every day, and I would see her talking about him. Again, his name is Colton Moore, and saying, oh, he's going to propose a bill to oust Fani Willis or to impeach her, I believe they were saying. He was saying all this crazy rhetoric. So anyways, he got crazier and crazier, propped up by Steve Bannon and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and he started yelling crazy stuff like he was going to start a civil war. He started mentioning pew-pews. Then they had to throw him out of, like, basically what happened is, this has nothing to do with Democrats. The Republicans threw him out of the Republican caucus because he really wouldn't stop the craziness, right? So just to remind you, this is when it happened. Georgia Senator Colton Moore demands that Governor Camp stump Fani Willis. Quote, do you want a civil war? I don't want to have to draw my rifle. He was doing all this crazy stuff. He gets kicked out of the Republican caucus. But let me just show you
got the ability to subpoena documents, to subpoena witnesses. And at the end of the day, we've got the legislative authority to call in the the state troopers and bring these people in, right? I mean, and now that we've got 19 people who are facing the rest of their life in prison because they spoke out against an election.
Again, he's talking about the people indicted in the fake elector scheme and other things in the Georgia indictment. They spoke out. No, they broke into an office and broke into voting machines. It's like they broke into the state capitol and signed fraudulent documents saying they were lawful electors. Like, we all know what happened, but I just want to, when he's saying 19 people, he's talking about the people indicted in the Georgia indictment.
State troopers and bring these people in, right? I mean, and now that we've got 19 people who are facing the rest of their life in prison because they spoke out against an election. I told one senator, I said, listen, we've got to put our heads together and figure this out. We need to be taking action right now, because if we don't, our constituencies are going to be fighting it in the streets. Do you want a civil war? I don't want a civil war. I don't want to have to draw my rifle. I want to make this problem go away with my legislative means of doing so. And the first step to getting that done is defunding Fani Willis of any Georgia tax dollars. And hopefully Representative Jordan and Representative Biggs will follow suit in Congress and strip her of her federal dollars too, because she is not upholding her oath to the Constitution.
Yeah, she got reelected, so that's not going to work. But anyway, so again, this is Senator Colton Moore. Now, here's another clip, because I'm just building this up to tell you what happened. Colton Moore had a really bad day.
We have a development today with you. What happened, sir?
Yeah, like you said earlier, the knives are out. They have cut me out of the Republican caucus. The most MAGA, the most Republican, hardest fighting senator against Fani Willis, they decided to oust from the Republican caucus today. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. I'm just getting back from the Capitol myself. It's what a time to be alive, Steve.
We have a development.
Okay. So again, I'll show you a short clip, then I'm going to show you a longer clip. This is what happened to Colton Moore yesterday. So he got kicked out of the Republican caucus. The Governor Kemp is addressing this Georgia State House and basically going to give his, like, Republicans and give his, like, here's what kind of like state of the state type of situation. And he wanted to be there and tries to force his way in against the will of Brian Kemp, the Georgia Speaker of the House, and then the Senate Majority Leader. And you're like, wait a minute. I mean, the House Majority Leader. Because again, I just learned this. There is a Speaker and then there's a Senate Majority Leader. There's a lot of weird positions. But anyways, this is him.
Gone too far. It has gone too far. I have an obligation to be in that room. I represent 200,000 people in Northwest Georgia who duly elected me to be here today.
I will say this, and I actually have some Democrats agree with me. I actually do think he should be there in a way. I know, like, his cause is ridiculous and uneducated and wrong. But I do think people elected him. Just the same reason, like, I wish people in the 14th District of Georgia would not elect Marjorie Taylor Greene and keep sending her back so we all have to listen to her spew hate and uneducated nonsense. But she is elected, right? And she is representing a group of people that want her to be there. Oh no, I have a longer clip. Don't you worry. I have a longer clip to show you. That was just a short one, a teaser. And then I found like the longer altercation. So this is the longer clip. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 300K. We can do it, you guys. We can break 600K today. I really appreciate it. Engagement is much appreciated. I think we're kind of in trouble in the algorithm today because yesterday, I don't know, I got 2 violations during the live yesterday. I'm not even sure for what, but I've noticed our numbers are low. So tapping is clapping. Please keep tapping the screen. Oh, real quick. Thank you so much, Suzanne. You said, I appreciate your time and information. I appreciate you. You don't know how much. I could not do this without your all's generosity. Like, that's the truth. Like, this is how I make income. I've said this before. I used to make money, real money in the tech industry. I was SA'd in the tech industry, and finding something I love to do that incorporates teaching and still getting to be doing something around social media, technology, and advertising is so important. And not having to be back in an office type setting that would truly traumatize me. You guys don't know what this means to me. So yeah, thank you, Doughboy. That's how I feel. You know, when you finally find something to do and you're like, this clicks. Like, I don't have to be around other humans. It doesn't trigger my PTSD. Well, that's not true. The internet does. But you know what I'm saying. It's a safe environment for me. Yeah, that's what I heard. I did hear that, Tiffany, that a lot of people have been getting flagged, violations, banned. I have heard that, and I don't know why, but it definitely seems, I don't know. I got like a bunch yesterday. Thank you so much, Suzanne, for the $20. But truly, without your guys' generosity, none of this could be possible. As a journalist, you'd make a great defense secretary. We all would. Every one of us could do a better. We all should do it. Okay, so I found a longer clip of this, of the, let's say, altercation of Colton Moore with the Georgia State Troopers, which I find hilarious because it's almost like he's like, you know, like an animal whose strategy is to like remain calm and then attack.
You don't have to be in the way. You're breaking the law too. Coach. Yes, sir. Come past the door. Go. Stop. That's
like what? I love how he's just kind of like, okay, act natural, go. Did you see how he just tries to like kind of be like, I'm just gonna slide in there? It's like, no, you were not close to getting inside. If you're just joining, people are like, "Who is this?" Thank you for joining. You missed the setup to this, but this is Georgia State Senator Colton Moore. He has been banned from the Republican caucus in the state house because he's been saying all these things about Civil War. He's the one that originally, he has a very big problem with Fani Willis. He said some very incendiary things. They banned him from the Republican caucus. And then Governor Kemp was giving his like address of like, here's what we're going to be up to this year, kind of like the state of the state. Here's what we have to look forward to this session. And he's like, which I actually think is a correct. I do not like this man, especially not because of what he's done to Fani Willis, but I agree with the premise that yes, he's an elected official. The people in his district chose him to represent them. Again, he's from the same district as Marjorie Taylor Greene. So that will give you an idea of the people who are sending this gentleman to the state house. But the other interesting thing is Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm telling you, she propped this guy up to do all this. Her and Steve Bannon like egged him on. Were like, oh, introduce this bill to defund Fani Willis. She was always next to him. And when this happened, no, nothing from Marjorie Taylor Greene. Crickets. I was so surprised like she didn't say anything. It's so weird. But let's watch it one more time because I just find it so funny. It's actually funnier after this. It goes on. But I just find it funny how he just thinks like, I'm going to get in there. Oops.
You don't have to be in the way. You're breaking the law too.
Is he not giving Dwight Schrute vibes though a little bit? Like, does he not just give Dwight Schrute vibes? Like, I can't. It's Dwight Schrute. But yeah, he says a lot of things. I think it was Joanne or someone that said that he was saying bad things about the former speaker. Like, it's a pattern of behavior. He has ran his mouth like he's a Republican, and the Republicans are like, you can't caucus with us. That's like the same as be like, you can't sit with us anymore. Like, that's basically what happened to him. Is like, he was thrown out by his own party. I love this video. Look at this. Another view of Colton Moore during the incident. This is like the first comment underneath. I thought this was hilarious. If he makes it past the door, he's home free. I know. Like, literally. He's like, I've got it this time. But I will say, so Georgia GOP, and actually a lot of people agree with him. They're like, it was not only legally appropriate to admit him to today's proceedings, it was simply the right thing to do. Like, a lot of people agree with him. This is from the lieutenant governor, who's, Kemp's number 2. Whatever personal differences Senator Moore has with others, he is a member of the body over which I preside. All elected 56 senators and 180 representatives deserve the opportunity to fulfill their responsibility to attend joint sessions of the General Assembly. There is real work to be done this session, and the focus should be on delivering for the people of Georgia instead of personal grievances and egos. Because it's, oh man, I don't want to get it wrong. Which one it is? Is it the Senate Majority Leader that specifically banned him, or is it the House Speaker? It might be the House Speaker. I think I have it here. The House Majority Leader. This is the House Majority Leader. This senator caused a very dangerous situation, endangering law enforcement, doorkeepers, staff, and individuals that were present, right? And this is his account, and like saying, but then I want to find this guy's name. This is okay. He got arrested. This is his arrest photo. I took a bigger screenshot. Doesn't Fulton? So here's the giant irony. He's arrested in Fulton County. Like Fani Willis. This guy has been trashing Fani Willis for months and months and months, and now she's good. He was arrested in Fulton County, which I do find as the ultimate irony. It's only a misdemeanor though. He's 6'5", 220. Allegedly, willful obstruction of law enforcement officers. As you saw today, this is the guy I think that's banning him. House Speaker. That's what it is. There's a House Speaker and there's a House Majority Leader. That's what I was trying to say. And I was like, wow, that both those things, because in Congress in Washington, the Speaker is the House Majority Leader, but they have both. There's the Speaker, and then the Majority Leader is the Speaker's number 2. It's John Burns. The situation outside of the chamber this morning was incredibly unfortunate. The senator refused to cooperate with doorkeepers and law enforcement and created a dangerous situation when he chose to use force against our law enforcement officers, dedicated doorkeepers, and House staff. I want to thank every House staff member and our entire blah, blah, blah. But a lot of people are mad at John Burns for keeping him out. And this is interesting because I love Nikema Williams, right? She is the chair of the Democratic Party of Georgia. She's a U.S. representative in the House. And she said this: while Colton Moore and I don't agree on much, the Speaker nor the doorkeeper should be allowed to prevent him from representing the people of his district, which I agree with. And I thought this was interesting, she was a state senator in Georgia, just like Colton Moore is now, right? When Nikema Williams and 14 other protesters were also arrested when they gathered in the Capitol Rotunda to pressure state officials to ensure all ballots were tallied in the governor's race. Isn't that when Stacey Abrams, remember when the Stacey Abrams fiasco? So she's basically was in a similar situation. But yeah, I mean, but the difference is, yeah, so Nikema Williams is basically saying, yeah, I too was arrested in the Georgia State House for trying to represent my constituents and make sure votes were counted. But yeah, I don't like Colton Moore's reasons. I wish they would stop voting him there, just like how I feel about Marjorie Taylor Greene being in the House. I love Stacey Abrams too. She's amazing. We all love Stacey Abrams. But then again, remember, same district as Marjorie Taylor Greene. When I first started seeing this guy appear on Steve Bannon's show, it was always Marjorie Taylor Greene propping him up. Here, Clay Higgins rebukes Georgia Republicans for blocking Colton Moore from the state assembly. Marjorie Taylor Greene remains silent. It is so weird that she didn't say anything. I'd be interested to know why. Maybe because he's gotten out of control. She created this monster and now he's run amok. And she's like, classic? Yeah, Sundown District. Exactly. This is, so anyway, so he's in the hospital being treated for his wounds. Thank you to all the patriots who have showed their support today. I have a constitutional duty and will be back in the legislature tomorrow. This is, he made a hospital video, which I find funny. Why is it not playing? Is this just a screenshot? Oh, maybe I didn't do the video. I should have. Sorry. It's not that interesting. I want to go over something about Rudy Giuliani too. Do you guys remember yesterday when I was saying Rudy Giuliani was like 2 hours late to court? So this is fascinating stuff. So Rudy was over 2 hours late to his court hearing today. When he was 1 hour and 44 minutes late, he posted this clip of his dog at Mar-a-Lago. So remember this. He's hanging out at Mar-a-Lago. He's supposed to be in court, like about paying Ruby Freeman and her daughter, Shay Moss, right? And he's obviously very relaxed and just like, yay, I love Trump. And then all of a sudden, what happened, right? He was AWOL for his trial. It was supposed to start at 9 a.m. The judge waited for hours, met with attorneys behind closed door, and then continued the hearing until the next day. right? Then he posted that clip I just showed you of the stupid dog, and he was hanging out at Mar-a-Lago and complimenting Trump. Trump at the same time is posting Save Rudy. And then hours later, after the court concluded, Rudy's lawyers filed a letter claiming that they reached a settlement agreement, and it's completely confidential. He owed them what, like $100+ million. Someone paid it, either Trump or I doubt it's not Trump, but you know what I'm saying. They paid Rudy's bills. And nobody is sure what settlement was reached, but Rudy can keep his watches and his like Yankees memorabilia and his apartment because somebody took care of all of this. And it's confidential. So we may never know who paid all of this money. But it really did occur to me. Yes, really, K-Rich, I know it's gross. And this is what occurred to me. This is because remember I was comparing Rudy's situation to Mike Lindell, and I was like, Trump took all Mike Lindell's money. Now he's like selling shower shoes out of his van. And Trump just watches him flail around. I think the reason Trump didn't pay any of Rudy's bills and made him go through all of this was so MAGA would feel bad for Rudy and be like, oh, he's a martyr. This is opinion. Right? And be like, look what they're doing to Rudy. This is crazy. Only in the 9th hour to just handle it for him. Right? But it's like, let's make it like look horrible. They're taking all his stuff. This is awful. And then handled it. Right? That's my opinion on it. And if you want to read more about this, actually, and I think I have a clip to show you, but I would suggest this article by Settling with Georgia Election Workers He Defamed. But while I was reading this article, I found an even more interesting clip on it.
Who bailed Rudy Giuliani out? So the former New York City mayor and Trump lawyer dodging trial today by reaching a surprise agreement with the 2 Georgia election workers he is convicted of defaming during the 2020 election. Now, the stunning announcement came after a long, unexplained delay, as Giuliani was supposed to take the stand today because he was facing the threat of losing his $3.5 million Florida condo and several World Series rings from the New York Yankees. But he didn't show up to court. Instead, he posted this video of his dog at Mar-a-Lago, as reporters were sitting in the courtroom waiting for hours, wondering where he was. It was just sort of this bizarre mystery. And then all of a sudden comes this announcement today, a settlement. The Georgia election workers, Ruby Freeman and her daughter, Shay Moss, saying in a statement, quote, "We have agreed to allow Mr. Giuliani to retain his property in exchange for compensation and his promise not to ever defame us." Caitlin Polance is out front.
Aaron, what a mystery. I've been asking many people, both sides involved in this case, and nothing. Nobody will say anything about how this happened, how it came about.
That's how confidential settlement agreements work. There's probably an NDA. Like, they're probably never going to really be able to say who paid what to who for how much. But all Rudy's problems are gone. And he owes a lot of money to different people. But wait, there's more. It gets better. But I feel like no one's really reporting on this that much, which I find it like, this is why. Do you guys remember? I was waiting for Rudy's court date to happen yesterday, and he's late. He's not showing up to court. This is what was going on. Some very rich person paid Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss off so Rudy can keep all his shit.
Is money that Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss are getting. But Aaron, if you step back and look at the situation as it stood for Rudy Giuliani going into today.
Yeah, part of the agreement is that he can't speak about them ever again. That is part of the agreement. So like Trump, if he defames them again, like with E. Jean Carroll, they can come after him again.
Where he could have lost that condo in Florida worth about $3.5 million and also the World Series rings worth a couple tens of thousands of dollars. Yeah. He only had about $10 million to his name, and they had already won the vast majority of it. He had even shipped them his luxury watch collection. They were pocketing all of these things, and then the settlement announcement comes. It says this concludes all of the litigation between Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, those 2 women that Giuliani had defamed, earned $150 million jury verdict. His appeals were basically basically dead in the water at this point in time in the courts, and they were continuing to win sanctions against Giuliani because he just wasn't complying with court orders. So they were winning and winning and winning, and then Giuliani and Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss announced this settlement. They put out statements with little clues. Ruby Freeman, Shay Moss's statement says he gets to retain his property in exchange for compensation. No number there. And then Rudy Giuliani's own thing says, I get to retain my New York co-op and Florida condominium and all of my personal belongings. Hanging over all of this, though, Aaron, is this question.
So he gets to keep, remember, he gets to keep the 4 Yankees World Series rings. So he gets the luxury watches back, the 1980 Mercedes, $3.5 million. Yeehaw. Thank you for the hat. $3.5 million condo in Florida and $6 million penthouse in New York. So he gets to keep all his things. Someone came in at the 11th hour. I hate this timeline too. That's why I'm showing you this. I'm basically showing you guys this so I don't have to be alone in how we can. This is what the people's receipts is about. We can commiserate together. No, Rudy's been under oath. That's not what it is. It's just Trump they pulled at MAGA's heartstrings. Trump raised $200 million. He was supposed to help Rudy a long time ago. He just drew it out. I'm not saying it's Trump. I don't even believe Trump did it. I think, we talked about this. I told a long time ago, I was reporting back when I still worked with Jay, so that long ago. I think it was probably, I want to say July. I was reporting on a Washington Post exclusive that was reporting on a slush fund where billionaires, I believe at least one of them was from Texas, they were gathering funds. So anyone who was prosecuted as a result of carrying water for the conservative cause had somebody to pay their legal bills. And a while back, somebody asked, and I can't remember his name. He was actually quite intelligent and smart. He was like, how can I help? And that's what I was saying. If there was anything that I think could help creators on the left who are doing this now that Trump is suing, and like he says, the point is not to win, it's to bankrupt people. It's to teach them a lesson. It's to cost them time and money and make them think twice about ever talking about him again, right? And that's what we need on the left, is somebody who will defend people for saying the truth, because that is the strategy. And these funds already exist on the right. They are pooling money, very rich people, to pay off these defamation suits and other things so that Republicans can pathologically lie and there's no consequences for them. And that's what I'm saying. Think how long this was dragged out. By dragging it out, think how much MAG is like, oh, they're prosecuting Rudy. They're persecuting him. This is awful. How could this be happening? Right? Think how much sympathy they garnered and money they raised dragging this out. And then in the final hour, all Rudy Kaluti's problems go away. Catherine, thank you so much. Can we please laugh at Roseanne's rap video, Katie? Oh, is this a recent rap video? Is it recent? Because I've seen some very embarrassing videos of Roseanne Barr when she, for instance, she went on tour with it dropped today. Oh man. Let me hold on. Oh my God. Wow, this is being reported by, oh dear Lord Jesus. Okay, hold on. Let me just send this to myself. And yes, this could really cheer us up. Oh no, this is seriously produced. Tom McDonald and Roseanne Barr. It's called Daddy's Home, meaning Trump. It's for the inauguration. Oh my God. Katie, I want to be thank you for showing me this, but I also want to be how could you do this to us? I'm having both feelings. What in the is this? Hold on. Why can't I send this? Give me 1 second. Share. I'm just making sure I can put this on my iPad so I don't have to screen share this. Can we get to 300K? Will you guys tap like you've never tapped before as a favor to me? I would really appreciate it. Tapping is clapping. What? Okay, here we go. Got it. Edit, paste. We're almost ready. I wouldn't be excited about this. It looks traumatic. I think we're all about to be traumatized. Hold on one second. I gotta close this and get it out of my message. Just give me 1 second. T-minus probably 10 seconds and we're probably going to be traumatized. This is a rap video. Apparently, I'm just reporting the news that Roseanne Barr put out for Trump's inauguration. You guys, she has like blonde cornrow, like blonde braids. Like this is an affront to the Black community. Why is this happening? I'm trying to open it. There we go. Give me 1 second. Almost there.
We won, you mad, it's done, too bad, boo-hoo, so sad. Now your daddy's home. We won, you mad, you cry, we laugh, we wave the flag. Now your daddy's home. Thank God that we're back, couldn't take another 4 years. That's a wrap, I can take a bath in your tears. That's a fact.
You guys, you're probably wondering who is that? That's Roseanne Barr and Tom McDonald. Is Tom McDonald who I think he is? Wait a minute. Why is he doing this? Oh. Yeah, this is not satire. No, this is not satire. This is Roseanne Barr and Tom McDonald. Yeah, he's Canadian. I just looked it up. It's called Daddy's Back. This is an ode to Donald Trump for his inauguration. This is going to be the new theme of this show, I think, whenever. Please tap the screen. Let's get to 300. Let's get to 400K. Tapping is clapping. Take your rage out on the screen. Look at these braids. This is so culturally offensive. That is Roseanne Barr.
We won, you mad, it's done, too bad, boo-hoo, so sad. Now your daddy's home. We won, you mad, you cry, we laugh, we wave the flag. Now your daddy's home. Thank God that we're back, couldn't take another 4 years. That's a wrap, I can take a bath in your tears. That's a fact, you got lipstick all on your beard. You're a man, that is cap, that is cap, 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 cap. You pretending you're accepting, that's an act. That's an act. You hear pat, 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 pat. If you want our freedom, come and take it back. Bet you can. We won, you mad, it's done, too bad, ooh, so sad.
Hold on. I cannot allow. Hold on. I just got to get back to this still. I'm trying to get to this. Roseanne is so offensive. Wait, how can I go? I'm trying to think. Can I go like seconds back? Did you see what she's wearing? Like the full.
If you want our freedom, come and take it back. Bet you can. We won, you mad, it's done, too bad, ooh, so sad. Now your daddy's home. If you want our freedom, come and take it back. Bet you can. We won, you mad.
What in the. Why does it? Oh, it keeps getting dark. I wish it wouldn't do that. She is wearing. Do you see what she's wearing? This is so wrong.
It's done, too bad, ooh, so sad. Now your daddy's home. We won, you mad, you cry, we laugh, we wave the flag. Now your daddy's home. They try to cancel me and say that I'm a racist. Got a mean hook, they can't get me with that jab. Trying to take away my right to go and say this. Well, listen up, cause this gun is going bad. With the facts. Why they trying to turn Becky into Dan? You get.
Did you hear her say they're trying to turn Becky into Dan? So this is an anti-trans rap, basically, is what I'm just picking up on. This is I cannot even deal with this. Like, what is wrong? Is this what's happened to you, Roseanne? Well, of course it is. We know. I know this. I was saying, like, if you've never seen any of the clips of her, like, on that weird ass tour with Tucker Carlson, this is very much what she was up to.
Eminem, I'm Roseanne. We won, you mad, it's done, too bad. Boo-hoo, so sad. Now your daddy's home. We won, you mad, you cry, we laugh, we wave the flag. Now your daddy's home. If you mad about it, go and cry about it. Shave your head and wear a shirt that says you're woke. If you can't handle a lot of facts and make up lies about it, say goodbye to Joe, your daddy's coming home.
Coming home!
We won, you mad, it's done, too bad, boo-hoo, so sad, now your daddy's home. We won, you mad, you cry, we laugh, we wave the flag, now your daddy's home. We won, you mad.
I have never been more horrified in my life than what I right there. I don't know what these people's definition of win is, but I feel like you guys can have Roseanne. That is the worst song I've ever heard in my life. And I think you guys have cool song, you guys. And Roseanne is now your hype woman. That's somebody lost here. Somebody lost their minds. Oh, thank you. I will reset the give goal. Yeah, I'm feeling like I won because I will never have to hear that again. I wonder if she'll perform that at the inauguration. I won't know because I refuse to freaking watch it. Actually, I've never watched any inauguration, so I shouldn't. I'll watch it. That's not true. I'll probably clip it after the fact. Yeehaw! Thank you for the hat. And now back to regularly scheduled programming, which is also traumatic, but not as traumatic as that. Who knew? Thank you for the hats. That was crazy. Like, that was wild. What in the world? I think we're all scared for life from that. Oh my God. Thank you, Katie. I mean, that is news. I cannot believe that. And Trump's like, oh, that's good. If I was Trump, I'd be like, we can never play that because that's embarrassing for all of us. But apparently, I mean, who knows what MAGA thinks is good music? You know, like, I'm not that surprised that they don't get that that's not good. Like, can you imagine if Kamala played that at a rally? We'd all be like, oh, I can't follow you anymore. I can't listen to a word you say anymore. Like, yeah, that's true. And I also don't think Trump understands what good music is. Like, he's just like, think about Trump dancing. Like, okay, you got the worst beat, the worst, the least talented, musically talented people on earth. Not great to look at. And then you're gonna play? I hope you don't play that at your inauguration. That is embarrassing AF. Actually, I mean, he does have who's performing, like Jason Aldean. I saw a list of people. Well, the YMCA is better music than that. I'm just saying, I don't think he'd let that go. There's no way he would let that happen. That is the worst song I've ever heard in my life. That would be funny for us if he let that happen. Rascal Flatts. Oh, yes, Carrie Underwood. That's the one. I was like, in my head, I was thinking, I know he has one real musician there. I just can't remember who it is. It's Carrie. Carrie Underwood is performing. I knew there was I know there's one person with a real voice. Anyways, let's move on to Jamie Comer. Oh, sorry, it's muted. I had to mute that last video. Actually, this is not that important. Okay, I have a good thing. So the Prime Minister of Greenland was on Fox yesterday because this is just James Comer. Well, we can listen to it. It's just James Comer being James Comer.
The Justice Department could say, okay, you've been pardoned from 2014 to today. Well, let's look at...
Oh, yeah. Actually, no, this is important. How Joe Biden pardoned Hunter for 10 years? James Comer is on Benny Johnson's show basically being like, okay, well, you pardoned him from 2014 to 2024. Then let's waste U.S. tax dollars and investigate him from 2013. James Comer is saying, let's use U.S. tax dollars and hold more pointless congressional hearings.
2013, just 2013. 2012, 2013. We know he did stuff then. We just didn't get the bank records. We didn't talk about it in the book or the report because we didn't have the evidence. The Justice Cabinet could get that. I mean, if they want to set an example out of Hunter Biden,
they can do it. But, at the end of the day, I would bring Joe in. No one has ever questioned Joe Biden about this. Sit him down.
Oh, my God. Like, are you joking me? Anyways, let's move on. The Prime Minister of Greenland was on Fox yesterday.
You've heard the statements from the president-elect. What do you make of all of that?
We will always be a part of NATO. We will always be a strong partner for U.S. We are close neighbors. We have been cooperated in the last 80 years, and I think the future have a lot to offer to cooperate with. But we want to also be clear. We don't want to be Americans. We don't want to be a part of U.S., but we want a strong cooperation together with U.S.
We barely want to be Americans anymore either. We feel your pain. It's getting embarrassing for us too. Can you even? Oh, I forgot to tell you guys this yesterday. Like, we don't want to be Americans. Yeah. Oh, he's like, I heard you. He probably is like, yeah, I heard you guys don't have health insurance. Like, yeah, it's not great. I bet you guys can go to the doctor. As a matter of fact, I know you guys can go to the doctor. Denmark has some of the best universal healthcare in the world. Like, why would you want to be American? Yeah, you'll get less rights, more wealth inequality. You can't go to the doctor anymore when you're sick. It'll be great. Like, there is zero in it for Greenland. Zero. So I keep saying McCarthyism is back and the Red Scare. Do you guys remember in Hollywood when McCarthyism was in full speed and they had like spies in Hollywood who were going around reporting people who were like left, what they called communist sympathizers? Really, they were just people who, did not agree necessarily with fascism and conservative values. Trump made this announcement yesterday. This is real. This is McCarthyism in Hollywood all over again. We're back. It is my honor to announce John Voight, Mel Gibson, and Sylvester Stallone to be special ambassadors to a great but very troubled place, Hollywood, California. What about states' rights, brother? This doesn't sound very much like states' rights. It does, however, sound like the Red Scare when they were putting all Hollywood actors, right, who were progressives on a list and blackballing them. Does everyone remember that? Listen to the second part. They will serve as special envoys to me for the purpose of bringing Hollywood, which has lost much business over the last 4 years, to foreign countries, back bigger, better, and stronger than ever. These three very talented people will be my eyes and ears, and I will get done what they suggest. He's basically saying, another THREAT from Donald John Trump. And I will get done what they suggest. It will again be like the United States of America itself, the golden age of Hollywood. This is what they did. They put progressives, this is what McCarthyism is, on lists, and they were blackballed from working in Hollywood. This is exactly what happened. This is 1940s Germany. We're back. Every idea mustache man had, Trump is like, yeah, that was a good idea. I think I'm going to go ahead and try that.
And I think you're going to be very happy with what I do with respect. I call them the J6 hostages because I consider them hostages. They did a beautiful song and they asked what I do, the words, not the singing, the words. And I did. That song went to #1 for so long. It was beating out Taylor Swift. I'm not a fan of Taylor Swift, but that's okay. And everybody else, beating them all out for a long time. And it was pretty amazing, actually, the song and the whole thing. Those people, nobody's ever been treated so badly as
I don't know if he's saying at his inauguration. This is just like yesterday. I don't know if he's saying that he's going to have the J6 hostages. Maybe he's going to play their song. That's what he's saying. And no, I just want to be clear. The J6 hostages were never beating Taylor Swift at a thing. I think that's pretty obvious. Like for a while, it was the number one downloaded song on iTunes, meaning people were buying it on iTunes. Nobody buys songs on iTunes anymore, right? Like how you measure if you're successful is you track streams. Of course they aren't hostages. We all know that. Of course they're not hostages. Are you kidding me? Oh, they're not hostages? Oh, I'm shocked to hear that news. Like, what? That I was being sarcastic. I am aware that the people who committed violent offenses on J6 are in fact not hostages. Yes, that's exactly my point, Laceface. Thank you. Nobody buys songs on iTunes. That, like, I remember this too. Like, Ed Trump was like, the J6 choir, do you guys not remember this, is the number one on iTunes? And it's like, yeah, because only people that don't know how to use the internet go on iTunes and buy songs. Like, what are you talking about? And he's like, it's the number one song in America. I remember this. And it's just like auto-tuned, and it's like them like singing from their cells. This is real life, people. Oh, and here's the other thing. He's on tape talking about exploiting the victims of the Los Angeles fire. This is reality. This is real life.
If you add Los Angeles into it, then you can really do one big, beautiful bill, because frankly, they want that so badly. They want the money to go out there so badly. And I don't think we should do a bill until Los Angeles is included. And when Los Angeles is included, we get everything we want. If you add
So I want to explain to you how messed up this is, what he's saying truly is, like, and what he's saying. He's saying, you know how he wants all these insane tax cuts for billionaires and corporations, and they want to cut SNAP, possibly Social Security, possibly Medicaid, possibly Medicare. They want to cut veterans benefits. What he's saying is we are going to put the disaster aid for the fire victims of California on that bill. So if California wants help, we're all going to have to agree to lose. You know, they're basically saying any cuts we want and any tax cuts we want to give the rich, they will have to agree to, because we're going to condition fire aid. Welcome to hell. Keep tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. I think I've gotten enough violations that we're probably not getting to the For You page. So if you guys could share the live and keep tapping the screen, you're doing an amazing job. Let's get to 400K. We can do it. If you would like to tip me, this is my Cash App and Venmo. If you would like to join the Discord, that is my Feliz Navidad live account just down below. Just direct message that account, ask for an invite to the Discord. I will get you on. We are live on YouTube right now and Twitch. Hi, YouTube. Hi, Twitch. Please follow me at A Girl Has No Name. Same spelling as this account I'm on now. On YouTube, all of the replays for the People's Receipts are available after the show ends on YouTube. But I just wanted to show you guys how gross these people are. And this is Ted Budd, right? Listen to these delusional lies they're telling about the victims of the California fires. This is completely ridiculous.
You think about the politicization of the Biden administration, and he's committed on his way out the door to dump billions and billions of dollars into something he's not even going to be around to administer.
He's referring to the aid for the victims of one of the worst disasters in American history, which is those fires, right? Caused by climate crisis. That's what he's saying. He's saying he's dumping billions. You mean to help people who are in a crisis? Yeah, this is real life. This is the senator from North Carolina whose constituents were just the victims of that flood and hurricane, right?
Administration, and he's committed on his way out the door to dump billions and billions of dollars into something he's not even going to be around to administer. And then he barely even comes in to support Western North Carolina. It's like pulling teeth to get his support there. There's lack of clarity from FEMA. They tell people one thing, then they kick him out in the middle of a snowstorm. And these people, I mean, they weren't his voters, but they certainly are in a large propensity in California. And they've accumulated decades and decades of bad leadership that has led to something.
Okay, so everything he has said is a lie. I just need to be clear. I don't want to be playing a bunch of disinformation. This is all Russian propaganda, the lying about the FEMA money and what happened during the hurricane and things. All of that, all of this is a lie. But this is a guy whose constituents just needed FEMA money. Did we condition aid, right, to North Carolina, or did we freely give it? Keep in mind, and we watched that video yesterday, California is paying for these states that are in the red, that aren't revenue positive. It's California's federal tax dollars that pay for these red states to exist. These states are on government welfare, and we're saying the fourth largest economy in the world. California is the fourth largest economy. I'm talking about countries. California is the fourth largest economy in the world that supports the red welfare states in the South. And they're saying we're not going to give them money. That will only hurt these people.
It could be controlled, but you can't control a hurricane in Western North Carolina. You can't control.
Yeah, you cannot control gale force winds. All of this, and here's the ultimate irony, is all of this is from climate crisis caused by deregulation, again, from the Conservative Party. So corporations and billionaires can get richer. They caused this problem, right? In so many different ways, they continue to blame it on us. He's saying, hey, we can't control hurricanes in North Carolina, so you need to give us welfare, which is fine. I'm just saying that's what he's saying. But hey, gale force, hurricane force winds in California, they can control those. It's the same thing, sir. Are you joking? What? And I don't want to pick and choose because a disaster is a disaster, but yeah, you guys knew the hurricane is coming, right? You guys could prepare for it. Like, I just want to give you the logic. I keep hearing California didn't prepare for the fires. Why don't you guys go live underground? You know hurricanes are coming. Why don't you guys become mole people and live underground, North Carolina? How about that? You guys know you're in the path of hurricanes. You guys need to become mole people and live underground, or no more aid for you. I'm so tired of this. This logic makes no sense. Yes, and John, I played that Jon Stewart clip. We're not psychopaths. We will give you the aid. We give red states aid when they need it, but you guys should become mole people. You know hurricanes are coming. Florida, you guys need to move. You guys either need to move or you guys need to live underground too. I'm tired of it. It doesn't make any sense. You guys know hurricanes are coming. Why are you still in Florida? Yeah, that logic, it doesn't make any sense when it's applied to you, does it? Yeah, everyone in a path of a hurricane, you better get underground. Same with tornado people, mole people. Like, make it make sense.
A hurricane that dumps up to 40 inches of rain in the mountains. So it's absolutely different. One could have been prevented with good government. One could not. And we're going to get North Carolina back on track. And
no, that's not true, Ted Budd, you lie face liar. I thought this was a good one. This is the literal winds, right? How is the government supposed to control winds like this? These are winds, hurricane force winds from the California fires, blowing golf ball sizes of fire at people. How would Ted Budd? Can you show me how you would control this? Can I please have an example of how? Well, maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene can use the lasers that she believes start the fires to stop them. Somewhat, yeah, MAGA should, yeah, just tell the fire to stop. I mean, yeah, what's wrong with that? And this is from, I heard this too. I was listening to a report where I heard this. I heard an a fire department chief report that the embers being blown by those 100-mile-an-hour hurricane force winds were the size of golf balls. So yeah, Ted Budd, you control that. And hurricanes can be forecast, so at least people can prepare and evacuate. Exactly. You cannot forecast fires. And you don't want to play this game, Ted Budd, if you're going to deny California. But that's what Trump was saying. Hey, because these fires happen in California, now we can raise the debt limit or and we can give rich people more tax cuts. We can do whatever we want if they want aid to California. They're basically holding us hostage. That's what they're saying. Welcome to the Republican Party. And again, it is always the Republicans that vote against things like this. 44 Republicans voted against forest management, wildlife prevention in December. It is always, you said we could have prepared for this. Why is it the Republican Party voting against things to prepare for fires? Why? Make it make sense. In December, 44 Republicans voted against H.R. 10545, the American Relief Act of 2025, which provided funds for wildlife prevention. Measures including $75 million for the construction or maintenance of shaded fuel breaks in the Pacific region. This is the worst senator from Idaho, Mike Crapo. And he's like, firefighters are working around the clock. Pray for California. Oh, there he is. Voted against the bill for fire prevention. These are all the senators, Republicans that vote against fire prevention. So even if they could have passed a bill to do something, it's the Republican Party that votes against it. Oh, there's Jim Banks, Andy Biggs, Dan Bishop, Laura Boebert, Tim Burchett. All the usual suspects that won't be quiet are voting against fire prevention. Keep tapping the screen. We can get to 400K. How you do HeartMe's. If you haven't done HeartMe's and join my team, please do. I would highly appreciate it. Let me make sure my live goal is goaling. Oh, here's more too. Tony Gonzalez, Jack Sparrow of Male Eyeliner is right there. Bob Good, Glenn Grothman, all the usual suspects are here. Corey Mills. I love when people of Florida vote against aid. There's Nancy Mace, Thomas Massey. You guys are voting against fire prevention. So don't talk about you could have prevented it. This was a bill to prevent it. It's always the Republicans. Yeehaw. Thank you for the hat. It's always the Republicans that vote against funding things that could help us prevent climate crisis or fight natural disasters. You are the people that don't want to do it. Oh, and I loved this. Pete Buttigieg gave the farewell to the the U.S. Mayors Association because he was a mayor of Indiana. Pete Buttigieg is so great. I thought he was amazing. Keep tapping the screen. You guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you so much for the HeartMe's and the gifts.
Of trust that will be needed for things to improve in this country. At a time where polarization and division dominates our national life, you, who know what it means to be a living, breathing, walking symbol of what people in your diverse and sometimes divided community all share and have in common, you will be needed more than ever to build trust and common purpose. At a time with misinformation gaining as much authority as truth in the public square, you, who live with the most immediate and inescapable realities, hard facts, about what is and isn't working, the simple reality of a hole in the road or a collapsing house that cannot be denied or obscured with bluster or falsehoods. You will be needed more than ever to help people stay in touch with reality, to remind people that there is indeed such a thing as fact and fiction, and the job of leaders includes helping people sort out which is which.
This is the reality of America now. The job is to help people sort between fact and fiction, while all the Republican Party does is lie in times of crisis. It's ridiculous. I wanted to show you guys something because I don't want to go through. I've got to end the live a little bit sooner. I wanted to talk about the Equal Rights Amendment. This is what I wanted to talk about. Someone asked about the ERA. Yes, technically today Biden ratified the ERA, or it was ratified, and he recognized it, says Equal Rights Amendment is law. But does this change anything? And if you guys don't know about the Equal Rights Amendment, women aren't mentioned in the Constitution. We don't have the same rights as men under the law. The original Constitution only recognized white male landowners, right? Well, white males. So that's why the Equal Rights Amendment. Yes, this was today. He announced it. He had kind of signaled he was going to do this, but that's not the problem. Let's go over what the problem is. I'm going to get her name wrong. It's Colleen. Is it Shogun? I'll get there. So today, President Biden declared that he considers the Equal Rights Amendment to the Constitution is the law of the land, a surprising declaration that does not have any formal force of effect, but that is being celebrated by its backers who plan to rally today in front of the National Archives. The amendment, now here's the gross part. Yes, this is a woman, and it's also unclear why Biden appointed her. The amendment would need to be formally published or certified to come into effect by the National Archivist, Colleen Shogun. And when or if that will happen is unclear. And I just want to tell you, she does not want to do this. She's not going to, by all intents and purposes. And there's a lot of excuses. Like she says lawyers say it wouldn't work, but she could still do it. She could do it. And then they could challenge it. But yeah, either way, it's not going to happen. So the executive branch doesn't have a direct role in the amendment process, and Biden is not going to order the archivist to certify and publish the ERA, the White House told reporters on a conference call. A senior administration official said that the archivist's role is purely ministerial in nature, meaning that the archivist is required to publish the amendment once it is ratified, Now, here's the argument against it. The 1970s era amendment passed by Congress would guarantee men and women equal rights under the law. But it took until 2020 for enough state legislatures to ratify, missing a deadline set by Congress by a long shot. I believe the deadline was 1972, and I think it was extended to 82, if I'm not mistaken. Missing the deadline set by Congress by a long shot. ERA proponents have argued that the deadline was not binding because it was in the preamble to the amendment rather than the text of the amendment itself. See, Republicans would do it anyways, right? On Friday, Biden said he believed the ERA, the Equal Rights Amendment, had cleared the hurdle to be added to the Constitution as its 28th Amendment when Virginia ratified it 5 years ago. He did not explain why he waited until the waning days of his presidency to take action. Yeah, I would love to hear that explanation. But I mean, one of the reasons is because Colleen Shogun, I don't know why he appointed her, but she has said that she consulted lawyers. They say that it's past the deadline and she's not going to certify it or whatever. It's long past the time to recognize the will of the American people in keeping with my oath and duty. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but Colleen Shogun's not here. I'll show you right now. This is the part I wanted to read. The issue has long been the subject of legal controversy. In 2020, the National Archivist, who is charged with making constitutional amendments official, declined to certify the amendment, citing an opinion from the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel. The department said it considered the ERA to be expired after a 1982 ratification deadline was missed. In 2022, the Office of Legal Counsel released an opinion affirming that 2020 decision. Shogun A Biden appointee and the first woman archivist said in her 2022 confirmation hearings that she would abide by the Office of Legal Counsel's opinion, saying the ERA's fate would be decided by the courts or Congress. Last month, Shogun reiterated that Congress and the courts would need to take further action to lift the deadline for the amendment to be ratified, arguing it could not be legally certified, could not legally certify and publish the ERA. Yeah, I think she should do it anyways. If she had any guts and cared about women, she would do it anyways. And they can just undo it. They could say, nope, this doesn't count, right? They could uncertify it in the courts and be like, nope, she didn't have the right to do this. That's what I would do. But, she doesn't, I guess she doesn't care enough to do that. And I forgot about this. This is important. Now, on the heels of that, which I find very disappointing because I would certify it. Why not? Why not? If it's not legal, then the courts will just undo it anyways. Who cares? And this is yesterday. Speaking of women having absolutely no rights and no respect in this country, 1 in 3 women are essayed. Instances of domestic violence are skyrocketing. Now, look at how misleading this is. It says House passes bill to deport immigrants convicted of violence against women. Now, doesn't that sound nice? That sounds like Republicans care about women. No, this is just, first of all, this is already a law, right? If you're undocumented and you're in this country and you commit a crime, you can be deported. Surprise! Right? They're just making laws on top of laws now. 60 Democrats voted for this law, but the majority didn't. Because you want to know why? Because bad things. Many Democrats argued that the measure could actually harm immigrants who are the victims of domestic crimes. Right? There's no exception for people who fight back in self-defense. So that's right, ladies. If you're being attacked by if you're an undocumented immigrant, a woman, you're being attacked, you fight back. That also is assault, and you will be removed as well for protecting yourself. And again, 61 Democrats voted for it. I just want to make sure I get it right. Yeah. So it was 274 to 145, 61 Democrats voted for it. I would explain in more detail, but I'll let Jamie Raskin and Jayapal explain it.
Do we want to give domestic abusers more power over their victims by giving them more opportunities to file charges, true or false, against their victims to keep them from reporting their abuse to authorities? It seems we live in a time, Mr. Speaker, when it's...
So think about that. You're a woman, an undocumented immigrant, or a documented immigrant. You're here on a work visa, right? But if you commit any crime, if any immigrant commits a crime, so you could be here on a green card, right? And you commit any crime, you can be deported. So that means all this does is give abusers more power to commit DV against women. They can't report it. They will be removed from the country. Whether you're on a work visa or you're undocumented, this just gives abusers more power over to commit DV, and it has a chilling effect against women. You cannot call for help.
Very easy to forgive sexual abusers, assailants, rapists, and sexual harassers who have a lot of power and wealth in society, but very hard to forgive their victims for fighting back. Look what's going on across the hallway. Secretary of Defense nominee.
Picture that. Male citizen, American citizen, which we know this happens, is in a relationship with or just grapes, victimizes an immigrant woman. She can't call anyone if she fights back, right? She will be reported. She can't report. She will be deported. That's what they're saying. And imagine, it seems like in this country, as long as you're a powerful male like Donald Trump, who's been found liable of SA, and all these men in his cabinet who've been credibly accused of SA and rape, that it's fine, right? And now we're saying just like Melania was an immigrant on a visa, or you could be an undocumented immigrant. You're in a relationship with a powerful man. There's DV involved. As we know, the man in the highest land of the office has been found liable for. You can't report because you will be deported. You are just giving more power. Now, if I was a victimizer, I would now go purposely target these people. That's who I would focus on, because they have no recourse. They're sitting ducks. They can call no one for help now.
Pete Hegseth has been credibly accused of sexually assaulting a woman at a conference in 2017 and entered into a major private financial settlement over the charges. And there are people planning to vote for this legislation today who also support his nomination. Education Secretary nominee Linda McMahon and her husband were recently sued for failing to act on credible allegations of sexual abuse within the World Wrestling Entertainment Organization. And of course, the president-elect's initial pick for Attorney General Matt Gaetz faces numerous allegations of sex trafficking, a minor, and statutory rape. There are civil adjudications of sexual abuse going to the very top of the new administration. The law, as it stands today, and as we've had it for decades, provides for waivers to protect the immigration status of victims of domestic violence who are charged with fighting back against their abuser. While the proposed bill would retain waivers for victims in the deportability context, it would not allow for waivers or exceptions in the inadmissibility context. I don't know why this asymmetry and discordance were written into this legislation.
Imagine that. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 400K. Tapping is clapping. I appreciate it. I love Jamie Raskin too. He's amazing. And I love that he's the chair of judiciary. Judiciary hearings in the House just are about to get a lot better. I'm so excited.
I want to talk through an example. The police show up to a domestic violence call. The victim was attacked by her abuser and she fought back in self-defense. Maybe the abuser has some scratches on his face. It is common practice for the police to arrest both parties in that situation when responding to a domestic violence incident. The police write a report describing how the victim hit her abuser in self-defense. Under this bill, that is an admission constituting the elements of domestic violence, and this woman is now inadmissible and subject to deportation. Even if she is never charged, even if a judge later rules that she did not commit any crime, that so-called admission in the police report that she responded in self-defense to hit her abuser, that is enough to make her inadmissible under this bill. And that is, again, why more than 200 advocacy organizations for domestic violence survivors, deeply ensconced in the material of what happens every day across the country, far too often, those groups are all deeply opposed to this legislation. They know that this expansive bill that eliminates the existing safeguards for domestic violence survivors will harm those exact survivors and create a chilling effect for reporting future crimes, empowering abusers to go after immigrant women.
And there you have it. A free loophole. This is fascism, right? The disempowering degradation of women. That is one of the tenets of fascism. We now have an entire subcategory of women that can, it passed the House. Yeah, it just passed the House yesterday. This is the debate on the House floor before the vote. 274 to 61 Democrats voted for this, even knowing this stuff. And all the Republicans. So remember, this is the Republicans. They want to protect women, right? You literally gave abusers a loophole to target a whole already vulnerable subsection of women, and they can't do anything about it. Yeah, what do you mean 4B? This is about involuntary abuse. There's nothing they can do. Yeah, I haven't had sex with a man in years, but if a man decides to assault me, there's nothing I can do about that. And now we have a whole cross-section of women that are going to be targeted, knowing, oh, hey, you don't want to call the cops on me. If you do, you're inadmissible in this country. You're going to be deported. Sitting ducks. But Republicans want to protect women and children. Republicans want to protect women and children. 4B won't save anyone from this. This is real life. I mean, this is what we're going to see more and more of. And I have to listen to Republicans say they care about women. You set up a already vulnerable population. It's disgusting. Tap the screen. Keep tapping. We're almost to 400K. We can do it. But yeah, that's why I just had to show you this. And meanwhile, remember I showed you the video? We already went through Senator Wayne Mullins outperforming the stock market. He's benefiting off the TikTok ban. He is profiting off the TikTok ban by taking huge positions in Meta and other shady dealings that we just went through. Remember how I showed you the clip 2 days ago of Wayne Mullin being like, oh, you want to demonize Pete Hegseth for being credibly accused of SA or grape? Well, we all do it. You remember he was at the Senate being like, who hasn't cheated on their wife or who doesn't vote intoxicated? He is continuing. This is the culture now. Then they're passing this stuff, acting like saying, literally, what did they call it now? House passes bill to deport immigrants convicted of violence against women. That's the headline in the New York Times. If you want to read more about it, screenshot this. This is the headline in the New York Times. They're giving them credit as if they're saving women. They are setting up a cross-section of women to be assaulted and violated and not be able to call the police. And they're acting, and this is how they always position it, like, oh, we're helping women. It's sickening. And then Wayne Mullin is still on Fox News talking about, oh yeah, talking about cheating on his wife.
I'm part of the club. My saintly wife, I think, saved me from jail or worse about 3 days.
That's what Wayne Mullin said, right? He said, oh, Pete Hegseth's wife, who was sitting in that hearing having to listen over and over about the adultery, the assault, she was one of the people he committed adultery with. He was married to his second wife when he impregnated his Fox producer, who is now his third wife. And then 2 months later, the police report we were reading together is about him assaulting being credibly accused of assaulting another Republican woman at a Republican convention. And Wayne Mullin is like, oh, isn't it great that these women are sticking beside their men?
Decades ago, and I've talked about it publicly from time to time when it's germane. But essentially, I think you gave a lot of hypocrites a pretty good spanking, sir. Pretty good spanking.
Well, it was frustrating, and I'm the last one to point out to anybody about trying to be on some type of moral high ground. I'm not a great guy. I never discussed that I was. But you see Jennifer, who he calls Jenny, but every time I use Jenny, I feel like I'm talking to Forrest Gump. But you see Jennifer that's sitting behind him that is watching her husband, that she knows the faults that he had, but she loved him through it, and yet they've been able to work out their differences, and they've been together, and they got a 7-year-old child together, and they truly love each other. Watching her husband get just absolutely assassinated from individuals that are no better than any of us. And
by the by, I'm part of the
saint. She's a saint. Again, he had a wife and children. And Jenny, the one they're talking about, that's a great, a saint, is his Fox producer that was having an affair with him. Yeehaw. Thank you for that. That was having an affair with him. Like, in what world are we living in here? And meanwhile, they're passing bills saying they're helping women and deporting people that assault women. But really what they're doing is setting women up to be in a situation where they can be assaulted and can't fight back or call the police. Cool. Republicans are doing the right thing all the time. I actually don't want to go over this. I have some things I want to go over, but yeah, I think it's this. I want to go over some of these things. Let's see, I think we can do a couple of them. I wanted to go over some of the Scott Bessent hearing, the treasurer, because we're all being robbed. Yeehaw, thank you so much. Let's get to 400K. Thank you guys so much for tapping the screen and supporting me. I don't know why this is a little off. It's driving me nuts.
So I got to tell, I was pretty disappointed to come across some social media posts of yours. And I will quote, understand you've written that the hype over wildfires is just hype to justify more impoverishment from bad government policies, end quote. Given the devastation that we're currently experiencing in Los Angeles, do you still believe that wildfires are just hype?
Sir, it is with great sorrow and fear that I watch what's happening in your city of LA.
Do you think it's just hype or not?
Climate change is a real and global phenomenon.
Is it hype or not?
I stand by my past comment.
So you believe it's hype?
Yeah, that's going to be the Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, saying that the wildfires are hype and they're fake. Cool. That's awesome. I'm going to skip over the Russ Vogt stuff because I want to get to some of the Scott Bessent stuff, which is truly disturbing. This is the Secretary of the Treasury, the man who's going to assist the oligarchy, the kleptocracy, the billionaires in Trump's cabinet in profiting off us all and increasing the wealth inequality of this country. And it is unbelievable, this guy's hearing. It's sickening to listen to.
You're here with the same Trump tax policy that has burdened the American people with another $2 trillion of debt that their kids and grandkids are going to have to pay back. And despite the conversation we've heard over here, clearly, the distribution of it was deeply, deeply, deeply unfair. 50% of it went to the top 5% of Americans. In America, I don't think there's been a mayor in the history of the United States whose tax policy has been to go to the people of New York City or of Atlantic City or even of Mar-a-Lago and said to them, I have an idea. I'm going to borrow more money than we have ever borrowed in the history of that community, and I'm going to spend it. What is it going for? Is it going for schools? No. Is it going to compete with the Chinese in their defense? No. Is it going to pay for parks? No. Is it going to deal with the mental health crisis that we have in America? No. Is it going to pay to secure our border? No. What are you doing with the money, Mr. Bessent? The answer is we are going to give it to the richest people in America, the richest people in our community, and expect that somehow that's going to trickle down to everybody else. That has been the Trump tax policy since the day he showed up. To add insult to injury, you sit here, and Mr. Mnuchin sat here at his time and said, it's all going to be paid for by economic growth. We know that's not true. We know it costs $2 trillion. So while the benefit went to the richest people in America, the cost is being borne by the children of working people all over this country. And that's what's going to happen now. It's $4.6 trillion this time, not $2 trillion. Can't we think of a better idea in the halls here than cutting taxes for the wealthiest people and expecting that it will trickle down to everybody else?
I love him. Senator Bennett is absolutely amazing. But and Scott Bessent the whole time is just like, no, this is a great idea. And people constantly, they showed graphs, charts, and were like, the money hasn't trickled down. Mnuchin sat here in your seat and said, don't worry, the tariffs will pay for it. The tariffs didn't pay for it. Economic growth didn't pay for it. We know that. They don't care. I have so many. Oh my God, you won't even believe some of this stuff.
Is there any billionaire rich enough who you wouldn't support a tax cut for going forward?
That I think it's unwise to single out any
rich people,
any individual.
Okay, is there any group of billionaires? You can just pick a dollar figure, and there can be more than one above that.
I could give you a glib answer, but I won't.
The answer is no. There's no amount of money you could make that he would not support cutting taxes for the rich. None.
Senator Crapo, thank you for this.
Now, again, this is the senator from Idaho, Republican senator from Idaho, saying some BS.
And thank you for the meetings over the past few weeks. I've enjoyed working with your staff. And this is the single most important economic issue of the day. This is pass-fail. That if we do not fix these tax cuts, if
you heard that right. He is saying the most important issue of our day is if we do not cut taxes, further cut taxes for the rich and corporations. It's the single most important issue of our day. Not universal health care, not Social Security, not Medicare, not Medicaid, not veterans benefits, not wealth inequality, not housing that none of us can afford. It's cutting taxes for the rich and corporations.
We do not renew and extend, then we will be facing an economic calamity.
It's almost like we are in a nightmare.
Are any specific policies proposed by the president-elect that you expect will increase prices for families?
There's nothing I can immediately think.
Not tariffs? Not the thing we know for sure? Every single economist, even far right-leaning economists, agree prices will raise for every household. The only debate is by how much a year. And he cannot think of a single thing that will raise prices for families. It's almost like we're in a twilight zone.
President-elect that you expect will increase prices for families?
There's nothing I can immediately think of.
So that's a no. If the president-elect were to propose a policy that you believe will increase prices, would you advise against it?
I would speak to President Trump about it. It is his decision, and I believe that we think that if we look back, that it is a complete composite return in terms of aggregate inflation numbers, and I think it's very difficult.
Well, if you believe, I have limited time, so if you believe that a policy that is proposed by President Trump would increase prices, would you advise him against doing it? Yes or no?
I can't answer that question because it's a hypothetical.
All right, let's move on to when we met prior to the hearing, you told me that President Biden was responsible for increased prices over the past 4 years, something we can litigate, but I don't want to right here. By the same token, I assume you would agree that if prices increase in the next 4 years, President-elect Trump would be responsible.
I think there could be a variety of reasons.
Yeah, so no, he wouldn't say, just to spoiler alert, no. So she's saying, you were in my office saying that any price increases that happened under Joe Biden were his fault. So I'm asking you, if price increases in the same way happen under Trump, are they his fault? And he's like, oh, no, that's different because I'm a giant hypocrite. I'm a billionaire. I'm a billionaire who runs a hedge fund. First, I ran George Soros's hedge fund, and now I'm running my own, which is much less successful. And I really don't care. He did not know what Medicaid was. I'm not joking around. This man does not know, Scott Bessent did not know what Medicaid was.
Do you believe the tax code should treat wages differently than it treats wealth?
that, look, in any tax system that advantages and creates distortions, it is a change that, Senator, it is a decision that was made when the tax codes were written. And so every tax code involves the trade-offs and distortions in favor of other the gains.
It sounds to me like you do believe that it's fine to treat wealth more favorably. I couldn't disagree more. The idea that a dollar earned by a hedge fund manager has more value than a dollar earned by a teacher or a factory worker, I just think is a disconnect with the American people. One last question.
Yeah, one last question, which is awesome. He tore it up. I love
Mr. Besant is a case in point. The taxes that fund Medicare are automatic for the vast majority of Americans. They come straight out of every paycheck. It's a civic duty that pays off as earned benefits down the road. But like a number of Wall Street fund managers, Mr. Besant makes use of a tricky legal maneuver to opt out of paying into Medicare. It's a tax loophole that hurts Medicare, but benefits him to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars each year. Now, the Treasury Department has gone to court to argue that taxpayers taking this position are violating tax law. Make no mistake about that. That's not me making the judgment.
He's not paying into Medicare, and people involved in private equity and hedge funds don't, on a tax loophole.
That's the Treasury Department. They went to court to argue that taxpayers who take this position are violating the law. I believe it's a big conflict of interest if the nominee is confirmed. Either he and his lawyers take the position that Treasury policy doesn't apply to the Treasury Secretary, or he blesses a loophole that lets Wall Street titans blow off their fair share of Medicare tax.
Amen. Preach. Now listen to Bernie Sanders go after him. You think you were disgusted before.
Right now in America, we have over 22 million workers who are making less than $15 an hour, and nearly 40 million people in our country earning less than $17 an hour. Shamefully, the federal minimum wage, despite the efforts of myself and other people here, have not been raised since 2009 and remains an unbelievable $7.25 an hour. Will you work with those of us who want to raise the federal minimum wage to a living wage to take millions of Americans out of poverty?
Senator, I believe that the minimum wage is more of a statewide and regional issue.
So you don't think we should change the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour?
No, sir.
Okay.
There you have it. This is an oligarchy. Of course not. Of course not. We're talking to a guy with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars who has only tried to increase wealth inequality. And then as an economist, we'll just be like, oh, well, we have the number one gross domestic product, which is benefiting what? 0.01% of us. But that's fine, right? As long as the rich get richer, that's his goal. Who cares if the rest of us are below the poverty line? 17% of Americans are living in poverty. We have no health care. Medical bankruptcy is the number one type of bankruptcy in this country. Housing costs are skyrocketing thanks to private equity. Like this guy. Private equity is skyrocketing housing costs. And he's sitting there saying, hey, why raise the federal minimum wage from $7.25? This is a nightmare. And then Bernie Sanders is just like, hey, how do you feel about about the fact an oligarchy is forming in this country?
When you have a small number of multi-billionaires who have enormous economic, media, and political power, would you agree with President Biden
who last night stated, and I quote, "An oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights, and freedoms," end of quote. That's what President Biden said last night. I agree with him. Do you?
Senator Sanders, I enjoyed our visit.
Talk a little bit closer into the mic.
I enjoyed our visit, and I hope you got my follow-up materials on the discussions, my previous writings on the tariffs and China. And look, the three billionaires who you listed that all made the money themselves. Mr. Musk came to the country as an immigrant.
Nepo baby immigrant, but that has nothing to do with the question.
I understand that, but what I'm asking you is, when you have a handful of people like Musk, who will soon be part of the Trump administration, and others, when you have three people owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society, when these people have enormous influence over the media, when they spend huge amounts of money in both political parties to elect candidates, what Biden said last night is we're moving toward an oligarchy. I'm asking you that question. Do you think, forget how they made their money, do you think that when so few people have so much wealth and so much economic and political power, that is an oligarchic form of society?
Well, I would note that President Biden gave the Presidential Medal of Freedom to two people who I think would qualify for his oligarchs. So
this is not a condemnation of any one individual. I'm just asking you, would so few people have so much wealth and power?
But
do you think that is an oligarchic form of society?
Senator, I think it depends on the ability to move up and down the income.
No, that's not really the answer. I mean, even if you had that mobility, no matter who those.
It's not about that. It doesn't matter who the people are. It doesn't matter if two of the people at the top move down and two different moves up. It's about the disproportionate wealth inequality. And I think an economist well knows that, I think he exactly knows that and is like, let me decide how many ways I can insult the American people's intelligence. Like, all he's planning on doing is help the rich get richer. Exactly. He just does not want to answer the question. This is a lifetime economist. Like, you know exactly what this man is saying, and you continue to insult the American people. I think is it this clip? I don't know. There's a clip where he does not know what Medicaid is.
Yes or no, will you recommend cutting Medicaid?
I'm sorry. Did you say, I didn't hear whether you said Medicaid or Medicare.
Yes or no, will you recommend cutting Medicaid?
Medicaid? That I will, it's the business of Congress to do the budget, and I am in favor of empowering states, and I believe that for some states that will be an increase, for some states that will be a decrease.
States' rights, brother. So that's yes. That's a yes, is what this man just said. That's a yes to that question. And imagine, like, when they're doing prep for these confirmation hearings, they're like, just pretend to be like a bumbling idiot. You're planning on helping us rob everyone blind, and they're going to try to point that out over and over. So just pretend to be completely clueless and confused and charming. He's just literally like, well, I don't know. Like, I'm so confused. While I assist in huge transfers of wealth to the top of the economy, I'm just going to pretend to be very confused the entire time about what I'm doing. The constant insults to our intelligence are unbelievable. Terry, thank you so much for the $10. I'm going to miss your brilliance. Keep being you. Follow me on YouTube. I will still be doing these lives. You'll just have to watch from YouTube. Like, A Girl Has No Name. Same thing. Just follow me on YouTube, and we'll still be together together. Join the Discord. Just click my Feliz Navidad account that's right there down below. Send a message to that account and say, I'd like to join the Discord, and we'll get you an invite to the Discord. It's a community where we all hang out. We're not going to go away. It's A Girl Has No Name. We're live on YouTube right now. So I promise you can. It's spelled the same way as this account. Everybody can find me on YouTube, I promise. A Girl Has HAZZNONAME. A Girl Has No Name. Only thing that's spelled weirdly is that has with two Z's. You can find me. We are live on YouTube. You could watch on Twitch. A Girl Has No Name there as well. We're live on Twitch as well. I promise you. So yeah, it doesn't have to be the end if you don't want. Sue, thank you so much. Thank you for putting your time and energy into this. Your work benefits so many of us. Thank you, Sue. You benefit me. You're amazing, a perfect friend and confidant. Thank you for being you, and thank you for the $25. Melissa said, you do such a great job and just wanted to thank you for it. Thank you. Don't make me cry. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for the $25. You guys are amazing.
So, Mr. Bissett, will you recommend cutting Medicaid to President Trump? And I'll remind you that you acknowledge that one of your responsibilities as Secretary of the Treasury will be to be providing this advice.
I will get back to you on this when I have seen the details of the full budget proposal once President Trump is in office and if confirmed.
Yes or no?
I will get back to you on this after you guys approve me. So again, I'm going to explain it again. If you would like a Discord link, that is my Feliz Navidad account. That is it right there. Click on it. Direct message. Just send a DM to that account. Message it and say, I would like a link to the Discord. And then I will get you one when I get to that. And yeah, and I promise I'm on YouTube. You can find my account and subscribe to it. It's there. I'm on it right now. I promise you it's there. I have Blue Sky. I post on Blue Sky all the time. I've been posting on Blue Sky all day. I mean, as a former teacher, all you have to do is look. Same name.
What about $1 billion?
So again,
this is Raphael Warnock. Same thing that Elizabeth Warren. I was going to say Warner. I was like, wait, that's not a person. Elizabeth Warren was trying to say, like, is there any amount like of obscene wealth that someone could make that you would say, yeah, we should probably raise this person's taxes?
$1 billion.
So I think that these are the job creators.
So there's no income level for which you would support raising taxes. Is that fair?
There is no income level that I don't think we should continue the TCJA as it was.
All right. I think our country is facing structural deficits. However, I think that to continue to reduce taxes for the wealthy and letting them avoid taxes based on what they already owe is not going to get us out of that problem. But I look forward to continuing that discussion with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This should scare us. This should be terrifying to all of us. Someone said in the comments, sorry, I'm just saying what you said, but yes, this is extremely disturbing stuff here. We know we did this. We can see, we have data from the first Trump tax cuts that were $2 trillion. This is $4 trillion. We already know it hurt the economy. We already know it didn't work, and they're doing it again. They're robbing us in front of our eyes and playing dumb while doing it. And then he says this really got me. Trump Treasury nominee says he's about collection of taxes, not fairness. Meaning, they're saying, yeah, but rich people aren't being taxed. Corporations aren't being taxed. We have teachers and firefighters paying more than corporations and billionaires. And he's like, yeah, I'm just about collecting the money. I'm not about fairness. Literally.
At one point, when President Obama was debating Mitt Romney, the moderator said, but sir, that would make collections go down. And he said, yeah, but it's about fairness. And I have to tell you, Senator Warren, I'm about collection.
I understand, but I like to think that fairness is about billionaires actually paying their fair share too.
Amen, Elizabeth Warren. I mean, and it's not. It's definitely not. I mean, not in the Trump administration. It is not. It is not about fairness. I can't even believe, like, this hearing was mind-boggling.
But if we have, just as an example, an electrician in Bennington, Vermont, who's making $67,000 a year with the tax credits that are set to expire, that family would have a $700 a month increase in their health care bill. That's going to hammer them. It's like $9,000. So my question to you is, in putting together this tax proposal, where you are going to have to be making recommendations about how to pay for it, will we continue to provide this help to Vermonters like this electrician in Brattleboro so that he doesn't get hammered on health care premiums going well beyond what he can afford?
Senator, as we discussed in your office, and I haven't had time to do my homework on this, as I think I told you that my family, friends, business colleagues often get sick of hearing my phrase, no data, no opinion.
No,
I will get up to speed. If confirmed, I will get up to this.
I appreciate that, but there's a couple of things.
If you thought that this man cares about people who are less fortunate, who can't afford anything, who are just trying to eke out an existence in America while people with hundreds of millions of dollars get richer and avoid paying taxes, the answer is no. The rich will get richer. We will get poorer. Just like what happened in the first administration, just like what has been happening since Reagan. Wealth inequality increases. And I have to show you guys this because this is so disturbing. You remember how we were saying, like, oh, why didn't Byron Donalds or Tim Scott get a job in Trump's administration? So they didn't appoint one guy who has no, like, to the HUD, to HUD, his name's Scott Turner, who clearly knows nothing about it. One of the most disturbing clips, I just want to show you one clip from his hearing. And what we know, and we've learned from our God, Robert Reich, right? Former labor secretary. He's now a professor at UC Berkeley, who we watched a video like a couple weeks ago, and he was talking about how, hey, it is the fault of private equity, right? Of hedge funds that housing costs have skyrocketed. And this guy, Scott Turner, is in his confirmation hearing. He clearly, I mean, that is the basic thing about housing, that private equity has bought up all the inventory and are holding prices high. Rental prices, there's no inventory, so values are skyrocketing, right? That is how cheap housing 101. You're supposed to be working on cheap, affordable housing. And this Republican senator is like steamrolling him and like, oh, we should get more private. He's literally like, don't you think it'd be a good idea for more private equity? And Scott Turner's like, yeah, the key. So Trump found a guy who knows nothing. I mean, I would say, I don't know. I'm not a housing expert. I know the answer is no more private equity investing in the housing market. This is going to make you sick. Prepare yourselves. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 450K.
You made a reference. There are some people on this committee. You made a comment that's very important. We need to flood the zone and get more capital in if we're going to address the affordable housing problem. Do you think private investment, even private equity investment, is a bad thing to get capital in the market to fix this problem?
You know, Senator, thank you for your question. I believe the more capital, the better. And there are companies out there that are investing in the market. And obviously, they have to be qualified. They have to have a great track record. We don't want the wrong people investing.
And do you agree that there should be transparency? We should know what they're doing, and we should make sure that being a part of the portfolio is producing more value for the people who need affordable housing?
Yes, sir. I think transparency and accountability is key.
You made a
So Robert Reich, our God, our Lord, our socialist Lord and Savior, saw this clip and was like, "Oh my God, what?" So he's like, he replies to this clip and is like, when Trump's HUD nominee Scott Turner was asked today if he supports private equity investment in the housing market, he said, quote, "The more capital, the better. Reminder, private equity is a huge reason why millions of Americans can't afford a home in the first place." This is what Trump wants. People who are not qualified to do their jobs. This is what Trump wants. Bumbling, unqualified people in the positions they were given so capitalists can steal from us. And I just want to show you Robert Reich, our Lord and Savior, his video on private equity, explaining how private equity is actually ruining the housing market. Keep tapping the screen. We were at 500K this time yesterday. We can do it. And I have been live for almost 5 hours. So I'm going to pee really quick and I'll be right back. But this video is fascinating. And it's okay if you don't know anything about private equity, but it's very simple. So imagine the person in charge of bringing the cost of housing down and cheap, affordable housing for less fortunate people doesn't know that the reason no one can afford a home is because of private equity investment in the housing market.
Rent is skyrocketing and home buying is out of reach for millions. One big reason why? Wall Street. Hedge funds and private equity firms have been buying up hundreds of thousands of homes that would otherwise be purchased by people. Wall Street's appetite for housing ramped up after the 2008 financial crisis. As you'll recall, the street's excessive greed created a housing bubble that burst. Millions of people lost their homes to foreclosure. Did the street learn a lesson? Of course not. It got bailed out. Then it began picking off the scraps of the housing market it had just destroyed, gobbling up foreclosed homes at fire sale prices, which it then sold or rented for big profits. Investor purchases hit their peak in 2022, accounting for around 28% of all home sales in America. Home buyers frequently reported being outbid by cash offers made by investors. So-called iBuyers used algorithms to instantly buy homes before offers could even be made by actual human beings. If the present trend continues, by 2030, Wall Street investors may control 40% of U.S. single-family rental homes. Partly as a result, home ownership, a cornerstone of generational wealth and a big part of the American dream, is increasingly out of reach for a large number of Americans, especially young people. Now, Wall Street's feasting has slowed recently due to rising home prices, but that hasn't stopped them from specifically targeting more modestly priced homes, buying up a record share of the country's most affordable homes at the end of 2023.
Yeah, I was going to respond to, I want to say it's a low bar, but he sounds more intelligent than Ben Carson. I just want to say Ben Carson's a surgeon, though. You know what I mean? Like, he has another expertise. And I just wanted to say, I was thinking about it. Maybe Scott Turner is just playing dumb. Maybe he does know private equity is the worst possible thing for affordable housing. And maybe he doesn't care. Maybe that's why Trump put him there. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking about it. I was like, okay, same thing, like the general playing dumb could just be playing dumb. But like, we are in a housing crisis. MAGA cannot afford rent or to buy a home, just like we cannot. The answer is inventory, right? And not private equity.
They've also been most active in bigger cities, particularly in the Sun Belt, which has become an increasingly expensive place to live. And they're pointedly going after neighborhoods that are home to communities of color. For example, in one diverse neighborhood in Charlotte, North Carolina, Wall Street-backed investors bought half of the homes that sold in 2021 and 2022. What
do you mean, why play dumb? You have to get confirmed. You can't say these things publicly. The point of the confirmation hearings is to be vague, play dumb. I mean, for Trump nominees who don't plan to help the American people. It's the same with Scott Bessent. We just watched 20 videos of Scott Bessent playing dumb. He's an economist. He knows those answers. But the point is to play dumb. This is the former Secretary of Labor Secretary. His name's Robert Reich. It's spelled like Reich, R-E-I-C-H. He's on TikTok. He's on X. He's on Blue Sky. He's a genius, and we watch his videos. We learn tons from Robert Reich every single day. He's amazing. We love him. And if you're asking what's the name of the HUD guy or Trump's nominee for the HUD, it's Scott Turner.
Single block, investors bought every house but one and turned them into rentals. Folks, it's a vicious cycle. First, you're outbid by investors. Then you may be stuck renting from them at excessive prices that leave you with even less money to put up for a new home. Rinse, repeat. Now, I want to be clear. This is just one part of the problem with housing in America. The lack of supply is considered the biggest reason why home prices and rents have soared and are outpacing recent wage gains. But Wall Street sinking its teeth into whatever is left on the market is making the supply problem even worse. So what can we do about this? Start by getting Wall Street out of our homes. Democrats have introduced a bill in both houses of Congress to ban hedge funds and private equity firms from buying or owning single-family homes.
So imagine, now we have Scott Turner in there, whose job is to find affordable housing for people in lower socioeconomic circumstances. He was like, more capital, the better. Bring in the exact people that caused the problem. We have no affordable housing in Phoenix because of private equity, because BlackRock bought all the homes. And the rent rates are so high, they won't take Section 8 vouchers. That is the problem.
If signed into law, this could increase the supply of homes available to individual buyers, thereby making housing more affordable. President Biden has also made it a priority to tackle the housing crisis, proposing billions in funding to increase the supply of homes and tax credits to help actual people buy them. Now, I have no delusions that any of this will be easy to get done, but these plans provide a roadmap of where the country could head under the right leadership.
We did not vote for this. This was the real plan. We need to increase inventory and we need to get private equity out of the housing market. We need to stop gentrification and pricing people out of the housing market. But we voted for the opposite. And maybe, I don't know. Sorry. I don't know what to say about it. But I saw someone ask for a link to the Discord. Again, my Feliz Navidad live account, it's right down there. Just click on that account and just DM it. Just send a direct message and say, hey, can I get a link to the Discord? And this live is almost over, and then I will go through them. The reason I do that, I used to have the link in my bio, and then a bunch of MAGA men that don't like me so much would join the Discord and harass everyone and make it a less safe place. So just said that, and then that way it's kind of an extra way to make sure I can protect our community and everyone's safe. And I'll get to it hopefully by end of day today. I'm a little exhausted though and worn out, but I just wanted to show you this because we were going through this. Robert Reich, that's who this is. And yeah, Miller, it's the same person. This is the same economist. We always watch his videos. He's a former labor secretary. He's a professor at Berkeley. He's a genius. The answers are so simple, but we voted against our own interests. And now the man who's supposed to oversee affordable housing is saying more private equity. That's the wrong answer. Like, I don't know how we turn around from this stuff. Truly, I don't know what is going on. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to end the live now because I am a little bit exhausted. It is Friday. I appreciate you guys so much. I think we will all be here next week together. But again, I just want to state, if not, I will be live on YouTube. So again, same way you spell my name, a girl. Oh, wait, actually, I think I put, give me one second. I think I put my contact information, all my contact information in here. I think I actually remembered. Let me find it. Pretty sure. Wouldn't be the first time I thought I put something somewhere and didn't. Let me just find it. I added it to one of these. Yep, here it is. Okay. And then you guys can screenshot. This is all the places you can find me. I should probably not make it purple, but I like purple. Or I'm going through a purple phase. These are all my contacts, but mostly just YouTube. This is where I'll be live, right? I'm going to push my lives. Like right now, we're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. We're live on X. I just made a Blue Sky account. Most of these accounts I just made, right? As soon as 60 days goes by, I can push my lives to Facebook. I really don't want to be on Meta, but I am. And then I wrote down the list of the other places you guys made me to look to download and make profile favorited, Clapper, fan base, Red Note. So I'll get to those this weekend, but just screenshot this. Again, I suggest joining the Discord because that's our community. We can message each other in there anytime we want. We have, I think, well over 600 people now in there. And that way, like, we all have a way to be together all the time. We're going to be starting new activities in there, weekly activities and things for people. Oh no, Lori, I'm bad at Discord. Literally, they're like, don't push any buttons. And like, I have broken things by pushing buttons in Discord, but it's just a place we can all meet. Thank you so much, Deb. I appreciate just because I love you for being here for me, us. And that's the point. We're like, even I don't anticipate TikTok being shut down. I just want to be clear on that. But like we talked about for a long time today, we want to make sure we have a plan B because there's a 90-day extension in the TikTok ban bill, which I think that will happen. But long term, if TikTok is sold, just like when Elon Musk bought Twitter, this will probably become a place that we don't want to be anymore. So we need to have options. That's why I want everyone to follow me on YouTube. And I'm going to be learning software this weekend and practicing and making sure I have that down so that I use a software. Because right now I'm in TikTok Studio. This is a software on a PC that I use to do all this videos, this cool stuff to do this live. And I'll be switching to a software, either OBS or Streamlabs. So that way, and then I'll just be pushing the content to different platforms. So that way, if another social media platform goes away, it won't affect us. But as long as TikTok's around and it's not a place we don't want to be, and it's an option, we'll be here. But if and when, Streamlabs is basically the same thing. Like I'm on Streamlabs right now. Like I'm in TikTok Studio and then I'm using Streamlabs to push the live to YouTube, to Twitch, to X. That's what I use to push it out to the rest. But I'll just be in Streamlabs or OBS. I use both. You can import your OBS to Streamlabs. Same thing with here. Sorry, that probably doesn't make a lot of sense to anyone. All you guys need to know is that I am doing a lot of research and I am making sure I will have a home for us regardless of what happens. I know. Where is MySpace when we need it? Yeah, stream from Twitch on OBS. Exactly. I'm live on Twitch right now. Yay. Hi, Twitch. Yeah. So it's not going to be a problem. I am doing all the research to make sure that we will still have a community. I am a planner. I'm like a plan. My anxiety makes me have like plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. So I have spent all week thinking about this and coming up with plans. I will let you guys know in the Discord. The only, like, as far as Monday, I won't be streaming the inauguration or anything. It's a 3-day weekend. I'll let you guys know if I'm going to do the people's receipts, but I don't know if I am. It depends on my plans. I might, because you guys know my uncle's in the hospital. He had a heart attack and things are going on. I might take that day to spend some time with family, but I will let you guys know in the Discord. Why am I not in the Senate or Congress? I'll give you a real. There are people like Kamala Harris is one. Kamala Harris, and I thought this was really intelligent, when she asked, like, why are you, like Black people have had such a history of being over policed and victimized by the justice system. What made you want to be part of it? And, there's two schools of thought. There are people that want to dissent against systems and like by criticizing them, shining a light on them, then it forces change. And I'm one of those people. I'm more of like, from the outside, I'm going to shine a light on things and provide facts and commentary about it in order to affect change. That's like Kamala Harris's parents, right? They were more like protesters against the system. And then there's the other school of thought, which is like, hey, we have to join the system. We have to become part of the system from the inside out to change it. Like Dr. King, he was kind of one of those people, so there's no wrong way to affect change. I'm definitely like a reform versus revolution. Whether you are a watchdog who's trying to, from the outside, point out what needs to change and affect change like me, or you want to become part of the system like AOC and Bernie Sanders and drag it to reform from the inside out, neither one is wrong. Right? Everyone has their part to play. I did work on the election, right? A lot of people saw me furiously working on the election because I live in a swing state. And that's when I kind of realized, I love my job. I'm not saying I wouldn't work on another election and like use my platform to help. Of course I would. But like, that's when I realized, I don't know if being a civil servant is for me. I'm more of a outside in type of girl. I like freedom. I think basically I never want to not be able to say exactly what I think. That's why I love this, because like Deb, thank you so much for the tip, because of your guys' support, because of the subscriptions, because of tipping me in Venmo and Cash App, like I get to always say exactly, what I believe the truth is. I never have to sugarcoat anything. Like when I worked in corporate America, it's like your beliefs are no longer yours. You have to align with your corporation, or you have to keep your mouth shut and die a little bit inside every day, right? And this gives us, so shit show. And I'm just not gonna. What I'm saying is, I'm not gonna stream the inauguration live or help Trump with his, stupid numbers. Like Trump wants. You remember when he said it was the most like watched and attended inauguration last time, and then like people took pictures and there was no one there. I'm just suggesting, I don't think we should help him boost his numbers so he can be like, oh, look how many streams there were of my inauguration, or look how many. Red Note is on my list. You guys gave me a list of other places to join. I guess we just have to pledge loyalty to the Chinese Communist Party, I heard, in order to join Red Note. Hey, why not? Like, what did Rome? Like, but no, that is on my list of places to make a profile. Yeah, I will, let me put it this way. I don't even think I'll clip it myself. Like, other people will clip it, and then that's what I basically do, right? Like with my outlines, that I just provide you guys links of where you can get the clips, but I'm not going to support Trump by like clipping it live or streaming it or watching him. And to be honest, that is also not even to do with Trump. I have never, except for Obama's first inauguration, very excited about that. I have never watched one. Like that's the truth. I'm more likely to probably go to a Martin Luther King event, like a local event. Like that's something I usually do on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. It's a federal holiday, and like as someone who like I'm trying to get more in touch with that part of my multiracial heritage and stuff. Oh yeah, I've heard inaugurations are boring. My high school graduation made me want to. I was graduating and I didn't want to be there. I can't even imagine. Like yeah, so I'm just saying, and yeah, maybe everyone else watches them. I was a little bit shocked when everyone's like, we need to boycott this. I was like, oh, we're watching those? You know what I am scared to see though? Like, because his inauguration invites are kind of for more, those are for the people that give him money. He's having some wacko rally on Saturday, isn't he? Is it on Saturday or is it on Sunday? He's having like a MAGA rally in DC. That is more, which I'm sure will rival that like Madison Square Garden rally. I'm more interested in clipping that. I think that is going to be like, as far as my ADHD brain, it's Sunday. Okay. Yeah. The Women's March is Saturday. Let's pray that the Women's March people are safe, because I think there's going to be a lot of people in town, and I'm just hoping everyone at the Women's March is safe. The Women's March is Saturday, then Trump's rally is Sunday, and then the inauguration's Monday. So there will be, if anything, if I do go live on Monday, which again, I usually do something for Martin Luther King Day, but what I probably would be more interested to see is that rally on Sunday, because that's where it's going to get weird. Oh yeah, and I think I announced that. I believe the rally on Sunday is indoors, and they have moved Trump's inauguration indoors. Yeah, because it's supposed to be like -11 wind chill. Like, there's no way in no world is anyone going to survive outside. So it's not even going to be outside anymore. So is that where it is? The rotunda? Yeah, I know. And quite honestly, take care. I'll say this. Actually, I should have probably said this earlier. I didn't think of it till now, but I disappeared into South America around the time Trump was elected the first time. As an SA survivor, I remember feeling actual trauma like around this time. So if you're not feeling well, if it makes you physically ill that we're electing people that don't care, don't have SA'd women, have been found liable of it, and don't want to keep women safe, and it's hurting your mental health, do not watch anything. Curl up, eat some popcorn. You know what I'm saying? Take a day, because I might have to take a day. Like, and that's fine too. Take a day. Like, the CPTSD is like, this has been a very hard week for me. You guys have literally gotten me through this week. Like, it's been a lot for my emotional and mental health. So yeah, that's what I need. I need to eat something, and it's okay not to be okay, right? We should keep our TVs off on Monday. It's okay not to be okay this weekend. I think that is 100% true. Oh, the Israeli government approved the ceasefire. I just saw that. Well, at least they'll pretend to get through phase 1. I know. Well, anger is good. Anger's a good emotion, because then you can keep from crying. That's what I do. I'm angry when I'm trying not to cry. Like, sometimes cling to your anger. It could drive you forward. It's not wrong. Okay, I will see you guys. I've got to eat something. I'm feeling a little faint. So, love you guys. Thank you so much. Later, Gators. I will see you next week.